Hello, good morning and welcome along to the Junior Power League finals weekend here in Coventry. By the close of play tomorrow, we will have our first two JPL champions. Delighted to be joined by Chris Mason. The format really straightforward for this Saturday. It is 4 rounds of fixtures. We have 10 players in action and we are going to lose 2 of them going into the finals tomorrow. We already have our 4 girls lined up for tomorrow's action. Chris, it really does promise to be a scintillating day of darting drama, doesn't it? What are you most looking forward to today?
Well, 20 matches is going to be fast and furious, and everybody can still qualify for tomorrow's finals. We're going to lose the bottom 2. And surprisingly, the bottom 2 are not the 2 we would have expected, and I expect them to come good today. I think they both know what they're up against. It's really straightforward. Anybody who goes through the card today and can somehow manage to win 4 matches will qualify. Yes,
Nankervis, who's currently top of the table. We can have a little look at that right now. A really intriguing first match actually up for us. It's 3rd against 4th as Archie Self takes on Ben Townley. But Ryan Branley is a player that we have to focus on. As you can see, he's 2nd in the table at the moment on 7 points. And he's kind of had a bit of a target on his back, hasn't he, since picking up that first development tour title earlier this year. Beat Dominic Grulich in the final, someone who is making waves in the PDC main circuit at the moment. Really, really high expectations for him.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of the whole JDC system and the not only the advanced tour but the foundation tours. They're preparing them for those in that environment. They're getting used to playing under the lights and playing on YouTube, which effectively most people now watch on TV anyway. So yeah, I'm not surprised by him. He's a special talent, and we have got 10 really special players, and I wouldn't be surprised to see all 10 of these in 5 years' time all having tour cards, and we'll be talking about them on the big TV.
Yeah, Tergel is another one, of course, because he is the advanced tour champion, number 1 in the JDC. Just pipped Ryan, didn't he, on that final weekend? But he's someone 14 years of age from Mongolia, and the things he's doing. We talk so much about Asian darts at the moment, and he's the latest product.
Yeah, and it's incredible, isn't it, how quickly we've got one player coming through, and every aspect of his game, every part of it, the fundamentals, the basics, the counting. He's got everything down. He's got a wonderful attitude as well, and he's going to be one for the future, that's for sure.
And looking around this venue, how much does something like this prepare you for when you then do go on and take the next step, whether it's development tour, challenge tour, or even trying to get yourself on the circuit? Because these lads still very, very young, but it's incredible, isn't it, to have these facilities?
Yeah, it's all about raw talent, isn't it? I think with Modus, I think that was the first time we really saw the advantage of playing in tournaments that are long course and based over, like this one is, over a lot of matches, and how often we've seen players who've blossomed in that environment go on and get tour cards. It's not a coincidence, and I think it's something we've talked about before. They're being fast tracked, where before you'd play Super League and then county once a month, and that would be your only experience on stage unless you went deep in a tournament, and often the opens, they weren't, you didn't get a chance to play on stage, where now they're playing under the lights. They've got a great environment to play in, a great structure. It's professional. They're guided. They have people around them that are putting them in the right place. And I think over the next few years, we're going to see the advantage of that.
Yeah, and playing so frequently as well. Let's have a look then at the fixtures that are coming up for you over the course of today. And as we mentioned, we do have 4 rounds of action kicking us off with Ben Townley against Archie Self. That's going to be a really intriguing one, isn't it? Especially Ben lost 2 weeks ago, 5-1 to Nankervis, who is top of the table, of course. But Archie Self, one of the brightest young talents in this game right now. How do you see that first game going?
Yeah, Archie's got a running average of nearly 87 over the last 12 months of all action, and that's remarkable. That sort of puts him up there. That puts him up there with Dev Tour and Challenge Tour. The elite of those players. So yeah, it's going to be a tough opening game for Ben.
Yeah, and Branley against Tergel in our second match, especially given what I've just mentioned. It really is going to be an intriguing one, isn't it? And when you have 4 rounds of fixtures like that, that's where you're going to learn a lot about yourself. We mentioned this environment, but also having to bounce back after a defeat, maybe having very little time to try and put things right, to try and figure things out. That's a lot, isn't it, when you are still so young, to be working those things out. How do you go about that?
I think it's all about having your parents around you, or friends, family, whoever, just to pick you up when you go back if you have got to suffer the disappointment of a defeat. But like you say, you haven't got time to sulk. You've literally just got to get straight back on the bike, get in there and try and pick up a win.
Right then, let's get on the bike, shall we? First up, it is Ben Townley taking on Archie Self. Yeah, as Chris Mason mentioned, we have gone early. We're starting really strong with the fixtures that we've got coming up for you in the opening round of 4. It is 3rd against 4th for you in the table. Both of these players will be confident that they can do some damage tomorrow. And we were looking, the prize money on offer for these players, it's really significant, isn't it? And another string to their bow.
Yeah, well, the most I ever won as a youth player was a £100 MFI voucher. And what an 11-year-old kid needs with a voucher for somewhere that sells beds and bedside cabinets? I'm not sure, but I sold it to me dad for 50 quid anyway. So it's Archie with the throw, and there will be some early nerves, just wanting to settle in. But both of these young players with nice actions, good temperaments, and that's going to be important going forward.
Yeah, very watchable, aren't they? And this, a superb start. You mentioned those nerves, but you feel it's an environment they're very settled in. I saw them both walking in and they were kind of overawed, weren't they?
That was just seeing you, Abby.
I think that evokes a different kind of reaction. Terror. But Archie has said previously that he wants to follow in the footsteps of Luke Littler.
Oh,
how many
don't we all?
youngsters? Yeah. I'm 33 and I'm still hoping that'll happen one day. But it is Archie, first down to a finish.
Well, I hope they weren't up late watching the US Darts Masters. We had a couple of shocks there last night, didn't we?
We did indeed. Rob Cross and Stephen Bunting eliminated.
Ooh, tops. Very, very tidy opening leg. 10 darter. An 18 darter. I think the best leg we've had so far is a 10 dart leg. But we've seen some incredible averages on the Advanced Tour and on the Foundation Tour. Both these players have posted big numbers. And in the world of darts, they really are babies.
Yeah, they are, but with so much experience already in this game, which is remarkable and testament to everything being done by the JDC at the moment, isn't it? The fact that they're getting these opportunities.
And it's global now, isn't it? They're seeing the effects, and of course, Luke Littler was a product of the JDC. And they will use that as inspiration.
Yeah, we mentioned the Advanced Tour at the top of the show. It was, of course, Archie Self who finished top of the rankings at the end of the 2024 season. And his rise has been really remarkable. First started playing when he was just 6 years old at county level, and just a year later he was competing at the Men's Super League.
Treble 19 will be hoped for there, which would have left tops. And again, what I've learnt from doing this is, again, their counting is so good.
Well, just their ability to use the board.
And do it correctly.
Yeah. They're not afraid to deviate away.
Just missing tops for back-to-back 18 dart legs. Well, this is better.
Yeah, there's going to be pressure because Ben struggled early on to compete with Archie in the scoring phase. It is Archie, who takes a 2-0 lead. It's quite comfortable for him at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, not really being tested, and already an early breaker throw. There is, of course, a possibility of a 4-4 draw. Ultimately, get to 4, guaranteed a point. Get to 5, it's game over.
Yeah, and it's a completely different pressure, isn't it, when you're in those top spots at the moment and you're not really looking over your shoulder, but also you can't rest on your laurels either. You have to be...
Well, we sort of think around 7
or 8 points. Yeah.
Will be enough, yeah. Both of these players are on the same points. They're on 6. They're only separated by leg difference. +2 for Archie. 0 leg difference. Well, he's -2 at the moment. Here's Ben. But again, if you've sort of worked out yourself, you'll be saying to yourself, right, if I can just get a draw in one of these games, I might be safe for 1 win. And the pressure really is on those down in 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. And that Jaden Walker and Jack Johnson, I think we're all surprised to see them at the opposite end of the table, but that can all change today.
But it also just shows how much quality is on display. I know we've mentioned it already, but you look at the names down the bottom. As Archie again looks to win a leg on double 10 and does exactly that. A 3-0 lead, and this is very, very solid stuff at the moment.
Well, he's making an 80 average look very, very easy at the moment. Yeah, Mitchell Lawrie is another one of those players that I've sort of had a really good look at, and he's produced big averages as well. And he's down at 7th spot at the moment, and I think he's the one that's going to make a big move today. But he's just got to watch his temperament. He can get a little bit too emotionally invested, and that will affect his ability to play at his top level. But he's still a kid, but it's just something you want to rein in as early as possible. Well, a bounce out any time is not good news. Never mind when you're 3-0 down.
Yeah, and with a chance for the first time in this match, really, to put a bit of daylight between the scores in this leg.
Yeah, he's been under it, hasn't he, from dart 1. Archie started with a ton, and Ben's pretty much chased him since.
Yeah, I was working with Michael Smith yesterday, and he was saying, he was looking through these fixtures, and he said, yeah, I've seen quite a bit of Ben play, and I know how handy he is. Certainly one to watch going forward. Not a bad person to get a bit of praise from.
Absolutely. Former multiple major winner. And a former major winner at the moment, not in the match play.
Yeah, a heck of a lot of pressure going into that block of Players' Championship events in Leicester.
Yeah, just 2 left, isn't there? 8th and 9th of July. Yeah. And at the end of play on the 9th of July, we'll know our lineup. They've got plenty of debutants.
So Ben Townley, his first look at the back end of a leg. Not yet had a dart at double.
He's going to need the ball or a treble here. Doesn't get the 54 for 36, so 84 for Archie to guarantee at least a point.
Cross for double 6, and he does pin it. A lovely finish. And it is a double break. Looking very, very good to pick up 2 points to start the day.
And really boost his leg difference. If he can win this leg with the throw, and again starts with a turn. And another unfortunate dart on the floor. What has gone wrong for Ben? Well, what could have gone wrong has gone wrong. And Archie will just be throwing with freedom at this point.
Yeah, he's been really clinical as well, hasn't he, at the back end of legs. 4 from 9 on the outer ring.
Yeah, and he's just not giving Ben a second opportunity to get another look at a finish. When he does miss, he's often only a fraction away. Encouraging for the rest of the day's action for him. He will be back and have 3 more matches to play. So there is a possible 8 points up for grabs, which is exactly what Jack Nankervis is on at the top of the table.
Yeah, you feel some players are just going to use today to try and set the tone for tomorrow, put down a bit of a marker, show that they're the one to beat heading into finals day. Yeah,
which will be quarterfinals, semi-finals and finals. And then, of course, we've got the girls' semi-finals and finals, all live on the JDC YouTube channel. If you are watching, please subscribe for us and give us a thumbs up, a like. It does help with the algorithms. So don't know how to spell it, but there we go.
Well, 2 missed, but that was desperately unlucky, wasn't it, from Ben? Not on a finish. Had one dart that was in the treble 20 bounce out or clatter out of the board. Will he be back? No, he won't, because Archie Self completes the demolition job. It is a 5-0 win. Ben Townley not getting a dart at doubles. Self just better in every single department of that match. And coming up for you next, we have Ryan Branley taking on Tergel.
Good morning and welcome back to the JDC JPL second batch of the day. And this call should be a tight one. It is currently P6 in the table against position number 2. But ultimately, Tergel has just been crowned the JDC number 1.
Yes, bragging rights certainly at stake for the weekend, but the advanced tour, Tergel pipped Ryan, as we know. Tergel still will work to do in the table. Ryan, you feel a win here will secure his berth in tomorrow's finals?
Yeah, me and Abby think 7, maybe 8 points would be enough.
Yeah, most certainly, I think 8, but Ryan with a draw. And we said, although that was short and sweet in the first game, this has the makings of a 4-all marathon. However, the darts that these youngsters throw can certainly be over in a few minutes with a 4-all.
Yeah, it could go all 8 legs and it still won't be a long match in terms of time. He's just got a lovely style, this young man.
Mason-esque. Has he rectified that little bit of wrist action that you...
It doesn't seem to have that whip there anymore, does it? There's no break in the wrist. Oh, look how good this is. This could well be match of this first group of fixtures.
Yeah, the standard of these two throughout the tour, you're talking 20 events and Ryan averaging 87.07 and 85.49 for the 20 events on the tour. Ultra consistent.
Yeah, and we're seeing why with scores like this. Down to a finish after 9.
I mentioned I've never seen Tergel drop below an 85 average throughout, but Ryan very rarely is the same, and we mentioned the target on his head. The players that are beating him are chucking 9,500 averages against him, so...
Yeah, they're producing big numbers, aren't they?
And the sign of a champion, Ryan will respond, no doubt.
Well, he knows that potentially tomorrow he could well be playing Tergel either in the quarters, the semis or the final, and it's important that you sort of, like you say, lay down a bit of a marker. And he's doing that in leg 1. 14 darter if he finds tops, a 15 at double 10. Ooh.
And with Ryan Branley's last round of fixtures that we witnessed, Chris, it was double top, was firing against Archie Self in his 5-0 victory. You can't give Tergel too many chances, can you? Especially at this range.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed there not to get a dart at any double from 82. So a bit of a let-off for Ryan. This can be tricky, but he's found it well. 17 dart hold.
Yeah, he took that out really well, didn't he? Because that was one of those pivotal points in the match, even though it's early doors, where he could...
Well, you lose a leg like that, and it can fill you with a bit of disappointment and just put you mentally on the back foot a bit. And like I say, double 5 can be tricky.
Second max.
In the second leg.
Branners is on fire. We said the disappointment for Ryan, he's led pretty much the duration of the tour, but in the same breath I've been reiterating how well he's done, and he should take so many positives from the tour moving forward. Being 17 now, he's going to be looking at the development tour and the challenge tour, looking at getting his tour card. But first things first, the JPL this weekend.
Yeah, listen, if he wins this weekend, that not finishing top will just ease the pain.
It certainly will. We make a case for all 10 players still, can't we?
Yeah, they can all qualify and all potentially win it, of course. If you're in it, you can win it. Only got to think back to the Premier League when it was a foregone conclusion Luke Littler was going to win it after dominating the league phase. But it's all about tomorrow. First things first is getting your name in the hat.
Sure, one of the players lower down the table that's finishing the top 8 will look to be doing a Sunderland. A bit of Mac and magic, but Ryan Branley won't want to hear that being a black and white.
Clinical 14 dart is the reply, despite a max in the leg for Ryan. That's a super little response.
And as good as Branners is on tops, Tergel, an extension of the arm usually. And I have quizzed Tergel myself about football, he's a bit like myself, man of a few words, but he's a bit of a Liverpool fan.
Really?
Well, they're all jumping on the bandwagon now, aren't they? Remember the days of Newcastle under the Kevin Keegan and the glory days at Man United?
I'd love that if that happened.
I remember all the Fulham fans that came out. I remember them bringing a taxi up from up to the Victoria Park back in the day.
Well, Ryan in this leg with the throw. He's leaving himself a little vulnerable. Just
a lovely
94
mark.
scored in 6 starts. Puts that right. And clever thinking. 310, of course. Any combination of 140 or 180 will leave him a finish.
Both players simmering in the 90 averages. Expect that to be flirting with 100 by the end of this match.
Yeah, certainly expect them to hold around the 90s. Neither look affected by what the other is doing, which is always a good sign.
It's a good pace for both of them, isn't it? It's not the rat-tat-tat, but they're certainly not slowing each other down.
Well, they're similar, aren't they? So this will feel like a nice pace.
And you get the feeling this could be a head-to-head that's going to be very interesting in years to come.
Fabulous 140 to leave 70, and he will be getting a go at that 70. And this has been a good recovery in the leg for Ryan, because he was flirting with danger after 6 starts of being broken. As it is, Tops will re-establish the lead.
That was a quality take, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Very confident from Branners. 3 holes of throw so far.
Yeah, both players still averaging over 94. This is very, very good standard. Let's not forget, just 14 Tergel and 17 Ryan. So Ryan with a lot more experience, played a lot more darts than Tergel. And what you can learn between the ages of 14 and 17, just look at Luke Littler. Look at the progression in his game over that short period.
3 double tops last night.
Yeah, that was cheeky. He did that against Peter Wright, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Maybe on a European tour or something like that.
If it all ends now, we can see he's done that in Madison Square Garden. Wow.
Yeah, and what a place to do it. Still not as good as Simon Whitlock's 3 balls, but there you go.
Still not as good as our Mandalay Bay days.
Who knows? Darts might be going back to Vegas. Hearing a whisper.
You've heard it here first. So this looks like going 2-2 despite on and on check out here. 9 darts, 169. Tergel.
Yeah, be hoping for 137. Well, that's not going to happen. May go up for 18s now. I prefer the 18 shot. Open target. Didn't look inviting. Otherwise he'd have stayed there on dart 2. But a comfortable lead here. Both players holding throw with relative ease.
I think we're still a long way from the draw, of course, but I think both players would be happy with that at the start of proceedings.
Totally agree. Oh, that would have been pretty. But Mrs. Tops will be back.
When we talk about the temperament of our youngsters as well, you know, like Mitchell Lawrie averaging that eye-catching, eye-watering 104.44 in his final against Tergel. But Tergel from 4-0 down, he weathered the storm beautifully with a 12 and a 14 dart of his own. So it shows we talk about the temperament of the youngster. He's fantastic, isn't he?
Yeah, for someone so young.
He's got to take care of his work though when he comes back, as Branners is on 196 and that 32 will be under pressure. It is under pressure.
It will be if it's another 180. It's not going to be a max. But 140 is more than enough to make you think.
And this is an area of the board that Tergel's not as familiar with. He prefers his tops and 10s. What a take.
Yeah, well his darts sit across to the right, so the double 16 is not particularly a friendly double for him. He'd be more tops and 10s, which he tries to leave. Double 18, of course, because if you are on the outside wire, it acts as a nice guide.
And I think as well with Tergel, with these tops and 10s, the 10s is a bit like James Wade. You've got to be as good on 10s, haven't you?
Yeah.
But you're right exactly with these the angle where the dart lies in. It opens the bed so well for him, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's same with those whose favourite doubles double 18. You've got to be as good on double 9. You can't not like what it leaves if you miss.
I always find double 18, if you head on the pitch count with a score, it goes in lovely, but if you're behind, the amount of times you split it.
Yeah.
And I'm normally splitting it with my form.
Talking of form, very nearly 180 number 3.
Again, a slow start of the leg, but he's looking to maintain that hold to throw 4 so far, but it's under threat here with Tergel.
Yeah, Tergel just desperate to find that one big visit at the right time to get that all-important breaker throw. But I'm with you. I think both players would almost be not happy but satisfied. And Tergel's got to be the player who will come into this, and not that he needs to grow, but by finishing top will feel just that little bit bigger.
Especially over the last 4 or 5 events between him and Mitchell Lawrie, they've both been dominant, haven't they? But Ryan, to be fair, has been fairly consistent as well with semi-finals and quarter-finals.
He's there or thereabouts, isn't he?
And you forget the tournament as we look at this 78 first. Big double top coming in.
Yes, it's huge.
Never in doubt, was it? Middle of the bed. First breaker throw, 3-2 to Tergel. He has the throw in leg number 6. Yeah, I mentioned the last victory it was it? No, it was the penultimate tournament, and it was Tergel who was playing Ryan in the semi-final, and it was 4-all. Ryan was on 101. Sorry, he was on 100 and missed his for his 18 data, and Tergel took out 101. There's a third maximum from Ryan as he looks to break back instantly. And Tergel took out the 101 to progress to the final. And how big was that in terms of the...
Well, when we see how eventually he went on to top the table and how close it was, that may well be the key moment that he reflects on. Because if he's defeated there, it may well have been Ryan who finished on the top of the tree.
I got goosebumps there when that 4th dart went in for Ryan. We could have been witnessing our first 9 data of the JPL. Still possible, of course, this weekend.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Certainly players who are capable.
Crucial leg, and Ryan's doing fantastically well. 153 after 9. Tergel not too shabby, 202 after 9.
And as they say, a break's not a break if you don't follow it up with a hold. And well, he's given Ryan 6 darts to do exactly that, because no finish now for Tergel, but double 18.
How unlucky was that? Great attempt from Ryan. He will be back.
Now, does he split the double 17? I suppose it all depends on what Tergel's going to put him under a whole heap of pressure.
I think Ryan goes directly for this.
They're not scared of anything, are they, these kids?
Of course not. I love his composure, Ryan. He doesn't overdo it. Really focuses and eyeballs it, doesn't he?
Yeah, stares it down. He may split now. Oh, what a dart that is. And he was broken in 15, and the response is a 14.
With Wimbledon just around the corner, WTA tennis at its finest. We've had a instant break back.
Well, we thought this could go all the way. And, well, whatever happens, we are going to get all 8 legs.
Again, the standard.
Yeah, both players. And they're comfortably over 90.
Yeah, they're making it look easy. And we talked about how Tergel's temperament was. He averaged 98 in his demolition job a few weeks back, didn't he? And when he got the interview, his English is improving, but he just made it look so easy as if to say, I can do this all day long.
And then he probably does. But Ryan, 206 points in 6. He's asking Tergel some questions, and that temperament is going to be tested.
Ryan does wear his heart on his sleeve a little bit more, but it's all in good context, isn't it? And Tergel, you don't know whether he's 3-0 up or 3-0 down, do you?
Yeah, and that's why he's so tough to beat. It gives you nothing to feed off. Ryan, well, if Ryan, and he should win this leg. It's almost a free shot, isn't it? In the next leg, the point's secured.
Yeah,
and he gets a free hit.
The all important 8 points that we talk about is secured. He'll move back above Archie Self on 8 points on leg difference if he gets the next leg. If he gets this leg. It's a big last start from Tergel. Still 6 in hand if required for Ryan. Very unlucky with the 153. How's your look on 150? Brilliant darts from Branners. And why is it again?
Oh, he's been so close on 2 big finishes. Not too much pressure. Could have been a lot worse. Oh, he's in there again, double one.
It's pretty much same hole for the 17s and all, but he's going the other side this time.
And that is why the double 17's horrible. You've got to really attack it.
Can our man from Ullenbatter pick his pocket?
Just misses the 60 to get a dart at tops. Just drags that one low and left. It is very warm in there, so Ryan just making sure he's got all the grip he needs.
Aggressive with the first start, I like that. And this has 2 dark combination from Tergel written all over it. Commentator's curse.
Single 18.
Oh, and he's pulled it. A rare blip from Tergel. Sees the funny side, but he won't if Ryan takes out the double 8.
There's 46 left.
Ryan really geeing himself up in the background.
Well, this is a nicer double to go at for him. The way this breaks down allows you to be a bit more aggressive. Yep, and finds the double. Longest leg of the match, but possibly, apart from this one, the most important leg.
It certainly is, and like I say, with Ryan will be sick of the sight of that 18, so it'll be pleasing to take the one off.
Well, instantly an opportunity for Ryan. Only 40. Yeah, I thought it was 41. Oh, 31. We'll get there.
Well, Archie Cook does a great job with the scoring as well, and we've got Woody in action as well. Woody Wheeler.
Yeah, it's great to see the kids involved in the other side as well.
We used to get chalk and clag all over our hands, didn't we? None of these posh iPads.
I remember when we first had remember the old electronic scorers, and the old boys didn't like them.
Yeah, they didn't trust you either, did they? Unless you had the score next to the...
Yeah. I remember the old electronic scorers, they did have, I think, but it was only 15 darts you could see, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah. And what a maximum that is, Tergel, timing his maximums to perfection.
That's his first one, isn't it? And what a time to get it.
Who called this 4-all draw, by the way? Mystic, Chris and Septic Carl.
Well, they're just so, if you look at all the metrics, they're just so close that you just felt that they would be playing this type of game, just focusing on holding. And this would be some dart if he can navigate around that. Wow, what a dart that is. Tops to finish it with a bang.
Been a friend so many times for him. He's going to have to rely on his second favourite when he comes back. How much pressure will it be under? It's going to be under a lot by the looks of it.
Very nearly 180, number 4.
To secure the point and move on to 6 points. Gets it with his first dart. Relief for Tergel. He moves on to 6 points. And Ryan moves up the table again to second place. He is on 8 points above Archie's self. Join us for our next match. It's coming right up.
Into the third match of this session we go then. A reminder that we have 4 rounds of fixtures to bring you today. 10 players in action. We will lose 2 of them by the close of play. 8 players make it through to tomorrow. And this match up next, it is absolutely gigantic. Because Lewis Cook is currently precariously positioned in that 8th and final spot. And Mitchell Lawrie just above him in 7th. So a huge opportunity for both of these players, Carl.
Yes, and Bar Tergel, Mitchell Lawrie's been the form horse on the Advanced Tour. His form on a Friday night has been sketchy, trying too hard perhaps, but he's got a great temper and great drive, as is Lewis Cook. This is going to be a fascinating one.
96. Yeah, and I guess this is where you learn a lot more about players like this as well. And you mentioned their temperament, but when there's so much on the line and they're the players who'll be feeling the pressure that little bit more given their current standings.
Lewis Cook came through the qualifiers, arduous qualifying to win through his spot on opening night, and he lost 5-0 on opening night to Ben Townley, and obviously that was the first look for me on Lewis, and I knew there was plenty more to come, and he's shown his European Championship credentials because he's battled back and he's one of the form players. So both players on 4 points. There's going to be a gap between 7th and the winner.
And it's an excellent start, a 15-darter for Mitchell Lawrie, setting the tone for this match.
Yeah, and I think as well, Abby, when you talk about Tergel, I mean Chris, about him being able to chuck 100 averages all day, you get the feeling, and looking at Mitchell Lawrie, that he knows himself that he can chuck these 100 averages all day now. He's really stepped up, and his progression throughout the year, winning the Foundation Tour, and that's what the JDC offers, isn't it? It's the stepping stones, and to see these kids flourish the way they do and progress, Mitchell Laurie's a prime example of that.
96. yeah, it's still quite ludicrous, isn't it, thinking that they're producing these numbers so consistently at the tender age of 14.
I mean, these are Pro Tour averages, aren't they? And they're doing
Yeah.
it. They're doing it game after game.
Yeah.
140.
And as you mentioned, he picked up some really good event wins on the Advanced Tour this year, Mitchell.
The 104.44 average. He was just so confident, and he came back from 4-0 down in his semi-final against Jackie Boy, who of course will feature in our last match of this first round of fixtures. And there was a massive 150 or something like that to pull back at 4-all. Now, I remember talking to Jack Johnson, he just said that killed us, that. But again, when you talk about progression and players that have got a chance, everybody has got a chance today, and Jack Johnson has been one of the form horses for me. He's really stepped up over the last few weeks. So it's going to be fascinating, isn't it? 10 will become 8.
Yeah, Lewis Cook getting a look at this 86. Actually done really well to give himself that shot at the bull, but it's not to be. Yeah, doing really well, because Mitchell's scoring early on in this one has been really exceptional.
Yeah, brilliant on his outer ring, isn't he? A breaker throw, 2-0 up. Mitchell Lawrie's in a good place.
Yeah, it feels for Lewis, it was an outside chance, a shot at the bull, but you feel chances like that are going to need to go against Mitchell when he's playing like this.
Yeah, absolutely, because his scoring power is as good as anybody's, isn't it? And Lewis Cook, when you say the first game when he lost 5-0 to Ben Townley, I thought from my eyes there was plenty more to come. And for me, it was the performance of round 2 of fixtures with a performance against Lex Paeshuyse.
Yeah.
So he really can boss it himself. I mean, me and Chris saw the game against Jaden Walker in our last round of fixtures where he got an all-important victory, because that could have been a big gap if Jaden had won that for him to remain on 2 points and Jaden on 5. But just makes it such a fascinating day.
90.
You feel that for this match, though, a win is pretty much crucial for both players rather than a draw.
Absolutely. A point doesn't really help either of them a great deal, does it, at this stage?
90.
Mitchell Lawrie in prime position.
You say that, though, if you lose Cook and you're 2-0 down and against the darts in this scenario, you take what you get. But for Mitchell, he'll be looking to give himself breathing space.
60. Come on.
One of the best 3-figure checkout players on the tour is Mitchell.
84.
I like that, though. Unhappy with the first dart straying into the 5 segments, so just resets himself. Takes his time.
42.
Lewis is a recent winner on one of our recent weekends on the tour. So again, timing his form for the JPL finals weekend and for his European defence in Ireland next month.
60.
Is he 100% on doubles, Mitchell?
He missed 1 in the first leg.
140.
When he's out of rings working well, he's going to be difficult to stop this weekend, isn't he?
84.
Yeah, 3 from 4. Not bad at all, is it? And Lewis shaking his head slightly, but he's not done a tremendous amount wrong. He's just not getting a look in at the back end of legs.
Takes you back to the all-important bullseye shot that he had an opportunity at. They're the opportunities that you've got to take against such an informed player.
83.
Well, that's it, isn't it? That's his only look at a finish so far in this one.
61.
And a win for Mitchell will see him move above Lex Paeshuyse, who we've got coming up next.
136.
What a beautiful setup shot that is from Mitchell. And this would secure a point for him. A potential 14 darter. Kicked us off with a 15, of course.
16.
But again, look where Lewis is. It's another outside opportunity, isn't it, for him? He'd want to be in closer striking distance. So it's going to be 3 at tops for Mitchell to get 1 point.
He's relying on more misses, isn't he? But he's put the pressure on that. But again, he's feeding on scraps at the minute. Of course, it doesn't get any easier for Lewis Cook because he's got Ryan Branley next. Junior Power League. Strength and depth.
But that's what these players need, isn't it?
96.
Those challenges. That's where you ask the most questions of yourself. That's where you really find out where your game is.
23.
And at the moment, the way Mitchell's playing, I think he'll fancy his chances against anyone.
Absolutely. We've got a JDC World Champion in Lex Paeshuyse to come. He'll fancy his chances. Jack Nankervis is sitting at the top. What a player. People are not talking necessarily as much about him. He can fire on all cylinders, rightfully at the top. He's been brilliant throughout. Archie Self, WDF World Champion, 2024 JDC number 1.
59.
His form on a Friday night and what we've just witnessed there with a 5-0 victory. His JPL is pretty much his main target, I think, and he's showing that in his form, isn't he?
Yeah, and you can see it's so clear that they just demand perfection from themselves, don't they? They know the importance of this match, but the ton 40 visits from Mitchell Lawrie in this match have been really, really important at crucial timings as well. All about the setup from here, with Lewis not on a finish.
The 87's going to be under immense pressure, but is it too little too late? We're about to find out. There's that double 9.
Oh, and he goes into the wrong bed. So, if there are any slips here from Lewis Cook, Mitchell Lawrie back on 87.
Lewis is a fighter 4-1 and with the darts in the next leg. Does take it out. There it is.
Sarcastic celebration. Just his second dart at double in this match.
I love that, do you?
I absolutely adore it.
And he's in the lipstick.
140.
Brilliant from Lewis. Mitchell very unlucky with 87 to wrap up the match. And he'll know with his scoring power that he's going to give himself chances very soon. He's just got to keep his head. He's playing too well not to give himself chances.
You'd think so, but could that 5th leg be a turning point? Match-winning opportunities came and went.
And you called the 4-4 as well in the second match. We're not going to see one again, are we?
I've peaked too soon with that prediction, so...
You're going to be down on that one for a while.
But again, it is those ton 40 visits, isn't it?
Yeah.
From Mitchell, and again, at a really important point in this match.
And to be on a checkout after 9 darts, when you're looking to wrap up the matches, you're going to, like you say, you're going to give yourself ample chances, aren't you? But Lewis is really battling, isn't he?
44.
Yeah, he's had to dig in.
Come on. 82 left with it. Yeah. Oh my God.
He's going to be looking at the next match, isn't he, Lewis, and thinking Jaden against Lex.
Well, at the moment, he's looking at this 116. And if it were to go, I think Mitchell would start asking some questions, wouldn't he? But this, to wrap up, 2 match darts have come and gone. He's going to get one more at tops.
Composes himself beautifully. Mitchell doesn't necessarily do that a lot, so lovely guide, wasn't it, that first one? Lewis Cook does reduce the arrears, and now if you're Mitchell Lawrie, you're thinking you must see the job off here, because if not, it's Lewis's darts in the decider. What a turnaround.
Is the tide turning in this one? Because now it's Lewis finding 2 big trebles.
I'm squirming towards the edge of my squeaky chair.
Superb switch to the 19s, and this is testament to the character, isn't it? To be on a finish after 9 when you've already seen 3 match darts come and go. Frustration started to creep in.
Brilliant scoreboard management.
92.
Knowing that his opponent's on 250, but that 133 is as good as the 140s we've been talking about. Timely again. Tops after 12. 86.9 average. There you go. 5-2 victory for Mitchell Lawrie. Impressive stuff from him. He's off the mark and he moves on to 6 points. Lewis Cook still firmly in the hunt. Join us for our next game. It's Lex Paeshuyse against Jaden Walker. Coming right up.
140.
Welcome back to the first round of fixtures of 4 here at the JPL finals weekend. A huge opportunity knocks in both the boys and the girls competitions. We already have the lineup set for the girls tournament tomorrow. 4 players will be competing for that title, but still plenty to be decided across the course of Saturday's action. And Jaden Walker on your screen there, a player who I'm sure many of you will know very, very well indeed. He is a darting prodigy, isn't he? Somebody who has captured the attention of many over recent months. But he's got work to do here, Chris Mason, if he's to make it into tomorrow's action.
Yeah, I think he'll be disappointed with his current standing, but one of the younger players in this group really came to prominence in that brilliant match with Jack Johnson at the Super 16 finals, which was that the one at Minehead or Milton Keynes? I think it was Milton Keynes. And all the players, including Luke Littler, were out on the balcony watching it.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah,
it was fabulous.
Yeah, it was Milton Keynes.
80.
But yeah, he's become very popular within the influencer world of darts after producing some wonderful stuff there on a Sunday down at the Super Series on the live lounge stage.
Yeah, in particular, a spectacular 145 checkout seems to spring to mind. But as for Lex Paeshuyse, well, he's creating his own headlines, isn't he, the Belgian? 2024 JDC World Darts Champion. Still just 13 years of age, and he's given such a great account of himself at the start of this one. A lot to like about the way he throws.
You've got to remember for the younger and the smaller kids, it's very hard for them. It's like playing sat down on a chair, because you can't have a real fluid throw because you're having to force everything, because you're throwing from low down and a long way away. Which is why you see the quick development with these kids as they just get that little bit taller, and that it just gets a little bit easier, and they're able just to throw with a natural extension.
You mentioned it getting easier, but are there any difficulties with that as well? Because you become accustomed to throw in a certain way, and then things are changing so much. Are there any difficulties that come with it?
Yeah, I think Van der Gouw was a perfect example. He grew so fast, and there was such a short space of time that he just didn't have enough time to adjust, and that can be the only risk. You have that real quick spurt, and then again everything's changed. Your weight of throw completely changes.
I guess it's similar to when players' weight fluctuates in a short space of time, and things can change there. So if
your balance, everything changes. Your balance changes. That just looked so easy.
It really does.
Sickening.
But you've watched a lot of these players, of course, Mace, over the course of this campaign. For Jaden Walker, if he weren't to make it through to tomorrow's action, what are the main positives that he'll take from this campaign overall?
Just the experience of playing at this level against, the majority of the time, kids are a little bit more advanced than him. But he's just such a cool kid, and he's very matter of fact already at such a young age, and this is literally just about his development. He wants to be a pro player.
142 left, yeah.
And it is difficult, isn't it? Luke Humphries has spoken about not piling the pressure on him. He said that, he is the next big star, but at the same time, we really need to nurture him in the right way.
And this is the perfect environment. And then the next development will be the Dev Tour, then the Challenge Tour, and well, Luke Humphries is a great example of that. He went through every evolution, didn't he, and won at every level until ultimately becoming world number one and world champion.
Yeah, not that there is a right and wrong way to do things, but it just felt like the right way of doing it, didn't it? But in this one, an opportunity for Jaden. He was way back in that leg, but Lex missing 6 starts at double. And that's been his issue, isn't it? Because even though he did get over the line in the first leg, squandered a few opportunities before getting the job done. And whilst the scoring has been mesmerising to watch at times, his finishing just letting him down.
Well, as Bobby George's old phrase goes, scores for show, doubles for dough.
And has his scoring now deserted him as well.
And talking of dough, there's plenty on offer. £1,100 for the winner of the girls tomorrow. £1,500 for the winner of the boys.
99.
And we shouldn't be surprised either that Jaden Walker is producing this under the pressure that he is in terms of the table. I know we've said it is all about his development, but he'll be putting pressure on himself to qualify. But he's done that on big stages already. He's done it against Luke Humphries in an exhibition where he averaged in excess of 102. So it shouldn't come as any surprise.
And he plays senior county level. He plays senior Super League. So yeah, he'll be pretty comfortable. It's just sort of where, you know, having played in sort of league type things, it's sort of table pressure rather than playing pressure.
78.
It's going to get a go then. 86 for a 3-1 league, which didn't look likely after leg 1.
Yeah, wild first start.
Well, he is quick, and that does happen. Lex just using all of his experience, not panicking, getting the break back instantly.
And that's something that will come with time as well, isn't it? Of course, we see rapid players all the time on the main PDC circuit, but in those instances when you do miss a double by that much, just taking that little bit more time, taking that step back.
Well, I always use Jermaine Watamina as a perfect example. His game has just developed so much, and you know, they say about not teaching an old dog new tricks. Well, he's just a different player. Yes, he was talented, but now he looks likely.
Yeah. Well, I thought Jaden looked very likely to fill up the red bit there. It's an absorbing contest, isn't it, to watch?
Well, we still don't know who's going to win. And these are the kind of games we like.
6.
Bit unfortunate there with only 60. Oh, what a dart that was. Wasn't sure where I was expecting that one to land.
57.
So 114 to re-establish a lead.
So you don't know where the dart was going to land. I didn't know where he was going to land after throwing it. Did really well to recompose. He's going to get a look at this 71. So it's a match that has had ebbs and flows. It's gone one way then the other. Is it going back in the way of the Belgian? Yes, it is. A stunning 71 out on tops. And those double troubles that plagued him early on, well, they don't seem to be bothering him anymore.
No, he's pinning the double now. And that's a problem for Jaden, because he's being outscored. That's a great 60. Very, very unfortunate. All across the top wire.
And how quickly things can change, because Jaden Walker 2-1 up, had darts to go into a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, 2 darts at 32, wasn't it, off the back of the 86. And he had a bit of momentum then. This is fabulous scoring from Lex.
Double 12 to secure 1 point, and that is exactly what he's done.
Yeah, used the guide beautifully then. Always tells me a player has been utilising practice sessions and incorporating the doubles as well, because when you can make those small adjustments, they just don't come with just a throw and a hope. That's a measured adjustment. That's hours and hours of practice just to get that feel and weight of dart. Seems to be a bit uncomfortable with his throwing arm. I'm not sure if he's got a bit of an injury or he's just tight in his elbow.
I know you've watched a lot of this competition, Chris, but it is so impressive, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just how, after missing so many darts across the first 3 legs, to be able to rectify that at 13 years of age. You know, there are players on the main circuit whose heads would have gone.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't have been able to recompose.
Yeah, and again, I think that's just, you know, the adults around them that keep them grounded, and no doubt they can now have the ability, with it being on YouTube, to watch it back and learn about themselves more.
Well, he's already taken care of 81 in the last leg.
12 ball. Had to go at the treble there, didn't he? So
A wry smile on his face.
34.
I like it.
well, that's the thing now,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah. Doubles are in for the match. And it is pinned. Lex Paeshuyse gets the job done. It is a 5-2 success. There were double troubles early on in the match, but he was able to rectify them. Jaden Walker did have opportunities to take a 3-1 lead, missed 2 at double 16, and from there, well, it was all about the Belgian. Make sure you stay tuned for the 5th match in this first round.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. It is afternoon. Well, I suppose it's morning somewhere and evening somewhere else, wherever you're watching. Hope you're enjoying the action as we move in to our final match of the first round of fixtures. And it's top against bottom pal.
Yes, hot on the heels of Alex Paeshuyse. Great turnaround. We've got Jumping Jack Nankervis against Jackie Boy. I fancy Jack to win this one. What about you?
That's a bit like when the Lukes are playing and I get asked who's going to win. But it is Jack Johnson with the darts, another left-hander, and he starts beautifully.
Yes, our Super 16 champion, Jack Johnson. And the interviews with Darren Parson prior to the actual JPL start, and he was just over the moon to be included with this, obviously with his success on the Milton Keynes stage, to see where he's at. And he's still in with a shout, which is great going into the day. And the pace of these two, we're going to bring the best out of each other, I'm sure.
Yeah, listen, this is the beauty, the way they formatted this, and coming into this day, they all have an opportunity to qualify. We only lose 2 of the 10 players involved. And Jack Nankervis, well, by our reckoning, he's already safe on 8 points. So it's all about just keeping his focus today. But there's not too much he could do about this first leg, because it's 24 left after 12 for Jack Johnson.
Yeah, this really is a statement of intent, isn't it, for the league table? 14 data.
Pick the bones out of that.
And one thing, when you follow the tour throughout the year, we've had players in 32nd and 31st on the order of merit, and they've gone last leg deciders 4-3 against a player who's in second or even top. It's like the strength and depth's been amazing.
Well, it's been extended now, hasn't it, to 64 players, because
rightly so.
There's so much strength and depth.
I want another 20 events, I do.
And it is. It's super fine margins in darts, at this level or even at the highest level. But this is a wonderful start.
I know Robbie Long's got a tournament named after him, and I'm sure he can organise another 20 events between now and Christmas.
I think the kids will be up for it, that's for sure.
He's got the pullers out, Robbie.
Another 140.
And from Jack Nankervis' point of view, from 4-1 down in that opening fixture against Archie Self, where Archie was brilliant, Jack Nankervis turned that around and got the 4-all draw. He's been pretty much foot perfect since then. Him and Archie were top and second on in 2024, and they've been the form horses in this.
Well, the form book's being stood on its head right now, because this has been another beautiful leg, and just strayed into the 7 there. But there's pressure on the 92.
This is right in Jumpin' Jack's wheelhouse.
Just like that.
In a matter of 0.2 seconds. Level game somehow. Jack will be disappointed with that, but as we mentioned, the temperament of our youngsters. Jack will be back in the red bit, or the green bit.
He'd be disappointed to be 1-all, but be thrilled with the level he's played at the start of this contest against, like we said, it's top versus bottom. But it's Jack Johnson playing like he's on top.
I think at any level, it's the fascination about head-to-head sport, isn't it? And nothing's ever won on paper unless it'd be fairly boring, and this is anything but. Epic stuff here in Coventry.
Raise of the eyebrows after finding the treble 20, but that's a perfect opening dart.
And you feel that Jackie Boy needed to come out the traps quick, and he's done just that. 95 average, and he's in command to move to 2-1.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, some of these guys, you just got to try and put on the back foot and make them almost overthink the situation. Don't want to be going for a max here. Oh, what a beautiful setup. 150 to leave 32.
Stunning darts from our East Kent hero.
Fabulous. Final dart to find the angle.
18 dart holder throw, and be pleased, despite his opponent being on a non-checkout on 169, to get the job done and move on to leg 4.
Yeah, it just wants to be as fuss free as possible, and when you start missing doubles, it becomes a bit infectious, and you end up chasing doubles around for the whole match. So just to get that done, and especially after the disaster he had in leg 2, where he went for double 16 straight into the single 7, so denying himself a third dart.
I says towards the back end of the 2 of the last 6 or 8 events, Chris, Jackie Boy is really came to the fore, really stepped up. He was in contention for that England spot. Obviously, Jack Nankervis, congratulations to him. He's one of the 4 that's going to be heading to Gibraltar for that. But Jack Johnson's certainly been one of the movers and shakers, shall we say, up the table, up the ladder, along with the likes of Jaden Walker, who's had a brilliant second half of the tour.
Are you off to Gibraltar yourself to cover that?
I'm hoping so, yeah, I believe so. They've got the facility to do that, so it'll be great to be out there. It's a packed week, isn't it, with Luke Little Legacy and
yes,
the World Cup, World Championship qualifiers.
Yeah, lovely place, Gibraltar, if you fancy attending and watching all the action. Ooh, where did that come from? Well, that was the big fish. Can he take out? No. 26 the hard way. But it's 43 to level things up. And, well, for the most part of this match, he is being outplayed, but just hanging in there.
His combinations are working well. It's keeping him in it, isn't it?
Yeah,
but
the finishing has been superb.
I was chatting to Jumping Jack's dad, and from sitting pretty at the top of the table, it's just about keeping your mindset and your game head on, isn't it? Because you don't want to be going into tomorrow on the back of a few defeats.
No, absolutely not. And myself and Abby were discussing it. You want to go into tomorrow certainly on the back of winning the big matches, and if Jack Nankervis can win after being dominated in the early stages of this match, it'll give him so much confidence going into the rest of the day's action and tomorrow, of course.
Yeah, averaging 78 and change, but it's not about the flashy averages, 100+ averages all the time, is it? It's about winning with your B and C game if you can, and this is an opportunity for Nankervis to do this, but Jackie Boy will have other ideas, of course. Yeah,
and it's something that the senior players sometimes struggle with, winning ugly. You know, sometimes that's just the way it is, and you've got to just find a way to win.
So unlucky with them 2 darts, weren't they? But this is for a break of throw. Jackie Boy will be back for 16.
To lead again. He's led 1-0. He's led 2-1. Can he lead 3-2?
And with Jack finding a treble with to leave 54, it just applied the pressure, didn't it? In the back of his mind.
Well, especially where he's been finishing, and that continues.
And that's got to hurt a bit like the second leg, hasn't it, Chris?
Yeah, that will smart a little bit, that one. Because more bad news, it was a break of throw.
And it's that kind of rub of the green sometimes when you're sitting top of the table, isn't it? And when you're at the bottom.
Yeah, you start to wonder if it's just meant to be.
But great response with a 1-2-1.
Well, the scoring is all been about Jack Johnson, hasn't it, in this one so far?
Look at our last round of fixtures, our opening match of week 5. 6 180s there was with Lex Paeshuyse and Jack Johnson, and Jackie Boy got 4 of them, and there was 2 174s in the boot. The Junior Power League. What a first year it's been.
Certainly seen some power scoring.
And of course, for our players that are going to be available next year, Ryan Branley, 17 now. I believe Ben Townley, it's his last year as well. So they've got to make this weekend count, haven't they? But for the players that are going to be hovering around the top of the advanced tour, great opportunity for them next year if they're included in this.
And of course, what the ones have learnt so far in this one. they'll be able to take that. And that's a 14 darter for 3-3. And
Again,
we're back on throw.
Temperament of our youngster. Is he 12-year-old, Jack?
13.
13, yeah. Unlucky for some, but not for Jackie boy here. Battling back well, isn't he? You feel he could have been off the stage now, couldn't he?
Yeah. If it wouldn't have been some clinical finishing from Nankervis, he would be. He's just never been given that second chance.
We'll talk about the England lineup. The 4 players have been complete now. We've got Ryan Branley, Jack Nankervis, Archie Self, and Mason Tees with a fine run on the last weekend. He completed the lineup for the England A squad.
That is some squad. 140 to leave 78. So 78 points away from guaranteeing a point against the player that tops the table. Oh, that's beautiful. Back to back, 14 dart legs.
From 3-2 down, he's just turned that around beautifully, hasn't he? Bottom of the table, fighting all the way. Chance to move onto 4 points and above Jaden Walker. He had his win in week 4 against Lewis Cook. His form's been rising on the Advanced Tour. Mouth-watering stuff. 15 matches to come, of course. A short break after this game. I think the 3 of us need one, don't we?
Yeah, this will actually, a win here will actually put them in a qualifying position for tomorrow.
Amazing how it can turn around, can't it?
And it's the confidence he takes into the rest of the matches today.
We said the -12 could be a factor. It's equivalent to another point, isn't it? But
Yep.
you get a few 5-2 wins and your opponent loses 5-2, it can sharply turn around.
Well, he's got a chance now to steal the darts and get himself into a winning position.
Frustration there from Nankervis. 71 average. 3 games to go, of course. We know he'll find his form over the course of the weekend. But it's all been about Jackie Boy, hasn't it? What an impressive performance from him. Averaging just shy of 90.
Well, couldn't save it with a 170, but the second prize is left tops. Needed the treble 20 to leave double 8. So it's out of his hands.
Back again comes Jackie Boy. An unexpected return, but he'd be grateful for it. How's tops for you, Jackie Boy? 5-3 victory. Not a guide, but it mattered not. A brilliant performance from Jack Johnson. He advances to 4 points, a crucial 4 points, a crucial 2 points that was for Jack Johnson. Jack Nankervis still top of the tree. Short break, and we've got our second bank of 5 fixtures coming right up. Hope you're enjoying it as much as we are. This is cracking stuff here in Coventry. Stay with us, folks.
Well, Jack, what a huge victory that was. Really important. You came into today's play at the bottom of the table. You're now off the foot of the table. Just sum up how pleased you are with those 2 points.
I just wanted to come in today and obviously try and get through. That's helped me out a lot with confidence as well.
And when Jack had those darts at tops, did you think you were going to get to come back?
Yeah, Jack very rarely misses shots like that.
And how did it feel? Because your scoring throughout that match, it felt like you were the player making things happen, didn't it? But you still had to dig really, really deep.
Yeah, definitely.
And what do you think this will do for you going forward now? How much confidence and belief have you got?
It gives me the belief that I can win more games than I did at the start.
And how much would it mean to you to qualify for tomorrow?
Yeah, it means a lot.
Yeah, and you confident that you can go all the way tomorrow then as well?
I'm not sure about that, but hopefully.
You should definitely have confidence. Right, we are moving into round 2 in about 5-10 minutes time. Still plenty more fixtures to bring you, so stay tuned. fixtures of 4 that we're going to be bringing you here at the Junior Power League here in Coventry today. Up for grabs, a place in tomorrow's final, where there is the chance to become the first ever champion at the JPL. And as you can see, the first round complete. Archie Self with a dominant 5-0 display to kick off proceedings. And as we enter round 2, we can show you just how the table is looking. 10 players in the field today. 8 will advance to tomorrow's action. There's so much to play for. And we heard from Jack Johnson there at the conclusion of the first round of action. He picked up a pivotal 2 points in that game against Jack Nankervis, who was actually sat top of the table at the time. It was top against bottom. Jack Nankervis missing opportunities to pick up a point, and Johnson was there to punish him. His scoring was the better of the two throughout that fixture, so the points go in to the rightful owner, you would have to say. But now we move into the second round of action. Archie Self sat in third, taking on 8th placed Lewis Cook. So it's a massive game, isn't it? In particular, Chris, for Lewis Cook. We'll be looking to hang on to a position in that top 8.
Yeah, for the players down at the bottom, very much like we've just seen with young Jack, you can't afford to drop points at this stage. You know, a draw is minimum. Archie, with his opening match performance, he's, well, we think 8 points is enough. Yeah. And he now can play with an element of freedom, but he won't want to be producing poor performances that may affect him in tomorrow's finals. Remember, at the top 8 from 10 qualify for our quarterfinals tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a luxury that these players have afforded themselves, though, isn't it? That they can work on any little elements of their game that they want to, iron out any issues that they may feel are present. For Lewis Cook, the task is completely different. He's still got plenty of work to do to ensure that he comes back tomorrow, as Chris Mason said. Of the quarters, the semis and the final of the boys tournament, the semis and the final of the girls as well, with the likes of Paige Paulin in action. Another incredible young talent, acquitting herself superbly well.
Yeah, listen, Archie's opening match performance, it was 5-0. There was not too much to read into it. He pretty much was dominant throughout, but there was spells for Lewis that he can take some positives from, because he got Mitchell going at times in that match. Ultimately was defeated 5-2, but there was positive signs, and he's got to take them into this match, and just got to roll the dice and see what happens.
Yeah, that was one of his biggest sources of frustration, though, wasn't it, in that first game against Mitchell? Those darts just straying into the 5-1 segment.
That's control of this opening leg with the darts. We'll be back at 72, and not too much pressure on this. Topsy neats. Oop, that's not a thrown dart. No, you're all right, mate.
I like how he checked with his opponent before the marker.
Yeah, the dart to be counted as thrown has got to be thrown.
Released properly.
Yeah. Well, even we see it now, don't we? If a player walks on his final dart, the referee will go, whoop, that's not been thrown.
Yeah, Kirk Bevins isn't having any of that.
No, he doesn't, does he? He's quite the savage. That would have been savage for Lewis had that gone in. That should be a good marker. Just over pitched. He tried to do what he did with dart 3 with dart 2, but it didn't go anywhere near the opening dart. But it is 1-0.
Yeah, it took 7 attempts at double to get over the line, but importantly, he does have that first leg on the board.
100.
It's been a really impressive standard across the board, hasn't it, so far here in Coventry this afternoon. And it is really impressive hearing just the confidence that these players arrive with. Talking to Jack Johnson, who was bottom of the table coming into today's play.
98.
There was no negativity. It was, my aim is to qualify, and that's what I'm here to do. No negativity about it. Well, it was good thinking, just not executed as needed.
Just misses the 57 for 32. But tidies up, leaves a single to double combination, and Lewis is just losing his shape.
Yeah, and whilst we mentioned that he had really good spells against Mitchell, he also had spells like this, didn't he? Unfortunately, tops for Archie to level things up.
Yeah, and he'll lose that over time as his game develops. What you've got to find is almost a default game. Ooh, that would have been a beauty. Yeah, you've got.
That would have been a handy way to find a default, wouldn't it?
It would be. Yeah,
would have shut us right up.
It's just your basic game, where you can sort of look at the elite, and when they're slightly off colour, they're still average 95.
Yeah,
and that's their sort of C game. That's, well, I know if I can play like this, that will be enough against certain players.
100.
but then when he does find it, you wonder how he misses.
100.
This is excellent stuff from Lewis Cook.
Yeah, back-to-back 140s after dropping leg 2.
57.
And again, he's tiny, isn't he? You can see when he gets his darts, his head's at treble 3 height, and Arches is above the ball.
96.
He's going for his shot here. Is he going to lay up? Is he? How? He knows where the camera is too. It was a bit of Johnny Clayton.
Johnny Clayton, yeah.
What a lovely finish. Didn't need to go for it, so he's just trying to find some confidence and make a bit of a statement.
I like that.
He's got some swagger.
Yeah.
47.
What he's got to do, though, is control that adrenaline, because he would have loved that.
22.
I think as well there's an element, it took him 7 darts in the opening leg, and how often do we see when a player has 3 in hand,
And they
it
lay
can
up.
be a pattern, whereas the end of a combination, you just feel more comfortable sometimes.
Well, there's certain players that just won't turn down the shots. Johnny Clayton's one of them.
Yeah.
If that shot's on, he's going for it.
Especially on the bull.
Yeah. I don't think there's too many people that take out 1-2-1 more than Johnny
No.
Clayton. Again, good scoring, 140, and then backs it up with 95. Certainly pattern of this, I expected Archie to be the one outscoring Lewis, but as it stands right now, Lewis is just getting the better of him in that department.
And there's so much to consider as well, isn't there, over the course of the day? Yes, these players are playing 4 matches each, but it's the time in between games. It's the difference that you're going to feel. For the likes of Jack Johnson, he came in here bottom of the table, confident, but maybe thinking, right, I've got an outside chance. Things have changed for him now as he's moved up the table. For Archie, he'll have come in going, right, I need to do X, Y, Z. Now he's kind of done it, so you lose a bit of that adrenaline.
Yeah.
So the emotions change. Things are constantly changing for these players.
And kids are emotional.
Aren't we all?
Yes. So, a ton. And the way he's been hitting this treble, he'll fancy this. Mystic Mason. You never lose it, pal. 3-1. What a turn up for the books this is.
Backing up that 1-2-6 with a ton out. And when you see Lewis playing like this, well, it's just summarised, isn't it, in the space of a leg and a half, because it's that visit then that has crept in too frequently, because the last 2 legs, you're watching that and you're going, how isn't he like in the top 4 here?
Yeah, well, he did it after hitting the 1-2-6 out. You could see he was still sort of bubbling. And then he's just done it again after the ton out, but puts it right in visit 2. And as long as you know what you're doing wrong, you can get better. It's when... Sort of when the older players, you literally, I just don't know what the difference is or what I'm doing different from averaging 70 to 90. It just feels the same.
Or you can just be like me and keep making the same life mistakes time and time again.
That's for another podcast. Nice looking ton from Archie.
But I think there are certainly plenty of improvements, aren't there, for Cook from his opening match. He's doing the good stuff and producing the good stuff far more frequently.
Yeah, there's far less of the erratic stuff at the moment. And that's why he's well in this match. Another ton plus maybe? Nope, not this time.
Well, that could be a huge, huge moment in this contest. Opts to split it.
Double 14. He's gone for initially a 6 for double 16, of course, and he's just come the other side of the wire. Double 1 is found for Lewis, and I'm sure they're all these kids are at academies, and I'm sure their coaches will pick up on things, because there's Lewis sometimes he just doesn't get to the end of his throw, so he doesn't get the full extension, which means he doesn't get the full trajectory, which is why he's low on a lot of targets when he's not getting to the end of his throw. Where if you looked at that and then looked at that previous visit where he was low 20, low on the cover, and then low on the 18s. Yeah, another 140. He's 4-1 up, so he's guaranteed not to lose. Well, by the look of him, he wants to win. Hey, and this is a big statement.
Yeah.
On the back of a 5-2 defeat, where I'm sure he was disappointed with his own performance, this is night and day.
Yeah, you can tell by the way he's playing, he's not thinking about picking up a point here, is he? We've got another monster of a game coming up after this one. Townley taking on Tergel.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's a beautiful 60, isn't it?
That's cruel. So, to do it in some style, and he's had a couple of beautiful finishes. Weighing up his options, went for the right one.
And it's that board management again, isn't it? So impressive.
So's that.
Sarcastic cheer from Archie Self. We squandered a few opportunities in this match. but kept himself alive, kept himself ticking over. But Lewis Cook has the darts now. This is the leg to get things done. Eagerly, anxiously watching over the shoulder of Archie then as well. And I don't think he'll have liked what he saw.
No, and Lewis won't like that. 60 followed up with 45, so he's already lost the darts, and, well, Archie is just piling it on. And Archie, of course, will have the darts to get a point out of this one if he can break through here, which is more than on target to do. This is a big visit, and he's found a treble.
100.
Well, the early indications from today, pressure not really causing many issues for players, is it?
It doesn't seem to be a thing, does it?
Oh, that is beautiful.
He's just seen Lewis piling a 140 to leave 52, and he's taken out the 86 on double 7 as cool as a cucumber.
60.
Yeah, you could forgive with so much on the line today.
120.
A few nerves, a few edgy darts, but
They seem
They've
to
been
relish
very
it,
few,
don't they?
yeah.
They seem to just relish playing in this environment. And why not? They shouldn't have any fear.
bodes very well indeed for the future of these stars.
I twitch on a Tuesday playing league darts. Again, a very impressive final dart. Just manoeuvring around what looked like a blocker.
140.
But from 4-1 down, Archie Self has been mightily impressive, hasn't he?
Yeah, very, very good indeed. He's just not panicked. And when the opportunities have arrived, he's taken them.
98.
And you could forgive him because in this match, he's watched his opponent take out a 1-2-6 and a ton back-to-back.
133.
Then Archie squandered opportunities, gone 4-1 down, but from that point in the match, he's shaking his head. He's not overly happy with the performance, but he has rescued a point from this situation. And how pivotal could that be for both of these players when it comes to the race to finish inside the top 8? The second round action continues here in Coventry at the Junior Power League finals weekend. Plenty to play for. It's 5th against 7th. Up next for us in the league standings as Ben Townley takes on Tergel. And we are expecting great things from this match, aren't we?
Well, we mentioned Granite and the Rock of Gibraltar, but Granite Tergel takes on one of St Helens' finest. And if you're in that category from that part of the world, you're certainly not doing too bad at darts, are you, Ben Townley?
You're not, but he'll certainly want to improve on the showing in the opening match.
Yeah, one thing about Ben and his 6 points that he's got so far, he hasn't had any draws. So yes, he's had streaks where he's lost 2 games, he's won 2 games, but he's got the points on the board, shall we say. But he's got to look over his shoulder now because the pack is chasing him, aren't they?
They are indeed. And those below him are putting in some monstrous performances today.
Yeah, it's time for Ben to step up. You feel his form on a weekend hasn't been as good as the Friday night, but it's all about this Super Saturday, isn't it? 3 games to go for him. He's got to make it count. One more victory potentially. Where's he going to find it? Could it be here? And as for Tergel, 6 points is he, so he's in the pack. You feel one more victory for him, he could move to 8 points. We mentioned that could be the safety net. And of course, the last game of this bank of 5, Jaden Walker against Jack Johnson.
Huge.
Lewis Cook on to 5 points. Great comeback that was from Archie, wasn't it? And a great performance to get into that lead for Lewis Cook.
Yeah, not a position Archie finds himself in too often, but mightily impressive in the way that he dealt with it. Can Tergel deal with this impressively?
And for Ben, it'd be relieved to come back. How's his doubling? Lovely adjustment, wasn't it? And that's a handy breaker throw. Tergel usually out the traps lightning quick, but it's Ben who takes the all-important break early. He's had some big wins as Ben, as we mentioned, amongst them 6 points. He's beaten Ryan Branley 5-3. I mean, Chris laughed with Ben the 17 missed darts, match darts, before he got over the winning line.
180.
Responds as we expect the JDC World #1 to do.
Yeah, so impressive on that final weekend, wasn't he?
We talk about actions. Would you say Tergel's got a bit Mason-esque about him?
Absolutely. And it's back-to-back maximums to kick off leg number 2. What a response this has been. 141 points away from perfection. Not going to happen. But 6 perfect darts has put him in pole position to level things up here.
The chorus of boos ring around Lime Tree Park. Great attempt there from Tergel. Ben's had a few on the floor, hasn't he, today?
Yeah, some really devastating ones as well, actually.
Timely ones, weren't there? Focus Tergel.
And
11 dart leg.
Yeah, an 11 darter to level us up here at 1 apiece. Went 6 into the 9, and from there it is all about just making sure you take the leg, and he did so at the very next opportunity.
There's no reaction at all from Tergel, is there? Just looking at his face, he's just focused on the job in hand.
It's like he just expects it from himself. And why wouldn't you when you're playing that well?
He's 14, come on. He should be doing it, surely.
It's just that grouping, isn't it? It is
Look at
absolutely spectacular. You could fit another 10 in there.
24/7 he can do this, Tergel. It used to be the polo hole, didn't it? Other mints are, of course, available. Very pleasing on the eye action has been, hasn't he? But it's going to have to find the trebles because Tergel's not letting up on his scoring, is he?
Not one bit. And when there is a loose dart, it's very rarely a loose visit, but when there is a loose dart, he rectifies it so quickly, he recovers the situation so quickly. He's not really giving Ben much time to work his way into legs.
An 11 darter and potentially a 15 darter with a 1-3-1. Double 10 for a 1-3-1. Great attempt. Time on his side. But what an attempt that was to back up the 11 darter.
16.
And if you're Ben, we're still on throw if he does lose this leg. So still all to play for. Could even have a third consecutive break with a bit of magic here.
Well, I was going to say, even if the 150 doesn't go, things could definitely get messy, couldn't they, for Tergel? Comes inside. So it is back to double 2 we go.
It's coming back for double 2.
Yeah, just works his way in off that first dart. Could use that much better.
We talk about angles of lies. Double 2, double 10, that side of the board is definitely favourable for Tergel. We talk about win streaks and obviously the opposite as well, but Tergel had a difficult start. He got beaten convincingly in the end despite a brilliant performance against Lex Paeshuyse, our world champion. He played Jack Nankervis, who played him off the park, and then since then he's been win draw, so he's unbeaten in 4 coming into this this bank of 5. That's that kind of form that's going to take you into Sunday with confidence if you can remain unbeaten today.
120 now.
Oh, he'll be brimming with confidence if he can keep up this performance. Yes, the numbers have dipped a little bit. That's because of the double trouble in the last leg. But overall, it's been a really impressive performance. Picks off another big treble there.
Yeah, despite Tergel with all the double trouble in the last leg, he's still averaging 87. Very rarely drops below that 85. For Ben, if he can get out of this leg somehow and get a 2-2, he won't be bothered about his average one bit.
Yeah, Tergel's not going to make it easy for him to do that, though, is he? He's first down
visit
to a finish.
Is a must, isn't it? A 2 treble visit here, but he's looking to do even better than that.
104.
Couple of big visits you feel here, don't you, Abby?
Yeah, huge point in the match. And it is Ben, of course, who's in the more precarious place in the league standings. Not going to get a dart at double.
And this 78, we've seen it so many times on the tour, doing it in 2 darts. He's got another attempt to do that. Moves across for double 6. And that is JDC world number 1 kind of form. 3-1. And with the dart in leg number 5. He's 1 away from a point. but he'll be eyeballing 2 points from here with a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, the opportunities at the back end of legs have just been few and far between, haven't they? Ben not able to work his way down often enough. A similar story to his opening game, actually, against Archie Self. Just unable to carve out enough openings.
Yeah, and for Ben, he won on opening night as a qualifier along with Lewis Cook. A 5-0 victory it was for Ben Townley then, and then he lost 5-0 to Mitchell Lawrie in the second round of fixtures. So it's been a fascinating JPL for Ben Townley, but a one that he's certainly stepped up to the mark for.
Yeah, I think all 10 players have really, haven't they? They've all delivered over the course of this campaign, and yet again, predictably brilliant from Tergel. Another maximum, his 4th of the match.
100.
His scoring power really is exceptional.
Got no reaction from him as he eyeballs tops. Simply lovely. 4-1 guarantees the point. Moves on to 7 points. He's one away from moving up the table even further.
85.
It's just glorious to watch at the moment, isn't it, when he's in full flow like this? Oozing confidence.
Absolutely battering the red bit.
81.
I thought you just guaranteed there that he'd come away without a big treble. Saying that before his final dart, I thought, right, he's definitely coming up dry here, isn't he?
It usually happens.
But not even you could jinx him. That's how well he's playing.
He's playing so sweetly, isn't he? Caressing the red bit and the outer ring.
59.
And on that 78, that adjustment for the double six, and it was a beautiful adjustment, wasn't it? And the 180 followed by the 225s and tops.
96.
Fuck's sake.
34.
I don't think Ben was overly happy with that last visit, is what I could deduce from the words that followed.
Yeah, certainly scoreboard pressure, and he's still got 2 games to come as Ben. I think he'll find a win at some point.
59.
Could 6 even be enough? We're going to see Jaden Walker and Jack Johnson. They're going to take points off each other. We need Woody to get... Well, he doesn't need an abacus, does he? Woody Wheeler. The next Kirk Bevins.
And is that Ben's race run in this second match of the day for him?
To remain undefeated in 5. Double 16 for 5-1 and an emphatic victory.
8 score.
It's 3 in hand where Ben's been struggling on it, but he has had a shot at a double, so the combination might work in his favour. It does work in his favour, and from out the blue, from 5-1 looking, staring it down the barrel, has become 4-2. Tergel's dart, a break and a hold for Ben. That's all he's got to do.
Simple.
Not flustered one bit, is he?
140.
It's just incredible, isn't it? You miss a match dart and you come back straight away, straight back in the red bit. But
100.
for Ben Townley, he's getting in on the act now, his first maximum of this contest. And you do feel as soon as he took out that 115, you just think things were starting to get on top of him slightly prior to that.
100.
He was
Yeah.
looking a little bit flustered, and you just felt that could have been really important, not just in the context of this match, but in the context of his entire day.
Yeah, and I think as well, when you need to give yourself a little G up at times, don't you? And it worked in his favour. It never looked like missing the 115, did it? But a bit like Jack Johnson when he trailed 3-2, back-to-back 14 darters. Tergel's right on the money again, isn't he? Until he does his 43, of course.
Well, a little opening there for Ben, and this could be punished.
100.
Beautiful first start, but it looked like it was a kind of blocker, wasn't it?
Well, that looks inviting.
80.
Opened up so nicely, didn't it?
And it is again Tergel first down to a finish.
6.
Has Tergel got Ben's number here? He'll stay there for double 19.
94.
Sublime last dart. He's taken out the 115. Looking to add the 116.
Yet again.
Desperately unlucky. And you can understand why the frustration's getting to him here. Certainly not the first time that's happened.
Yeah, Ben borrowed me darts on the last weekend of tour, but I've forgotten this time, so I've took that out of the equation. Along with my belt that I forgot this weekend. Chaos Carl.
18.
Drama here in Coventry. Ben Townley back for 78 to remain alive in this contest. It's been kind to Tergel. Will it be kind to Ben? He wants tops. Different route. Same outcome perhaps. Ventured to the Isle of Man and back. And that looked tricky, didn't it? So to see the job out.
Well, he's done so much right in this match, Tergel, but he's having to go left, right to try and find a way through. In the end, he manages to force it. A little bit of double trouble at the end, but throughout the contest, on the whole, it was a sensational performance. Terrific from Tergel, who does come through 5-2.
Welcome back, folks. Game 3 of our second bank of fixtures, and it throws up a classic here. Get the popcorn out for this one. It's Ryan Branley against Lex Paeshuyse. Second and third on the JDC Advanced Tour. JDC World Champion against Ryan Branley, Development Tour Champion. Not just the talk of the Northeast now is Ryan Branley against our youngest ever JDC World Champion, 13-year-old. Me and Abby discussed win streaks. Lex Paeshuyse has won 2 off the spin. A draw prior to that. So he's timing his kick ready for Sunday. That win for Tergel has moved him above Lex into 4th. Lex is on that 7 points, which we feel could be enough. But again, me and Chris discussed as well the fact that these are the kind of matches where you could throw up a quarter-final or a semi-final, and it's about getting ahead in the head. We'll go back to the very first tour, and it was a final. Lex Paeshuyse's maiden appearance on the Advanced Tour, and a 6-3 victory it was over Ryan Branley. Ryan then won 2 off the spin. A great rivalry it's been in 2025. So much more to come.
Well, Ryan this year, of course, posted his personal best average on the very first Dev Tour, winning 4-1 with 110.88 average. So that sort of indicates where his current ceiling is, which in terms of going forward is, well, remarkable. When you sort of look over some of the numbers, he regularly posting average mid to late 90s.
You're playing these vaults now where I'm playing a Lawrence Bell Memorial at the minute, and there's a lot of youngsters that are turning up, and they're beating county players, county A players, and performing absolutely brilliant. And the unknown, they've got no fear, have they?
No, 0. And really, you shouldn't have at that age. You should be allowed to ultimately play with freedom.
I think as well, when you look at the likes of Luke Littler, Luke Humphreys, the head-to-head, they're opposing each other every other week in finals and competitions, aren't they? And it's the same for these youngsters, the opportunities that they get on the various tours and opens around the country, around Europe.
Well, it's going to be fascinating when a lot of these kids we're seeing are sort of 13, 14, 15, when they're all playing on the Dev Tour and the Challenge Tour. Then we'll really, I think it will go up at even higher level.
Is Ryan the first JDC player to win a Dev Tour? I think he is, isn't he?
Well, outside
of the obvious.
Yeah.
Keane Barry, could he have potentially?
Yeah, I would have thought so. Definitely Keane.
But if Ryan Branley's tops is working, which it did in the first leg, Lex is going to have to produce another comeback that we saw in our last round of fixtures. It was a great turnaround, wasn't it? From 2-1. Brilliant. Almost 111 take. Top's not working on this occasion. Wired it, but he will be back.
He opened with a 15 darter. That's a 16 dart break of throw, averaging 97, making that look very, very easy indeed.
Lex on his recliner. Again, you won't know whether he's 2-0 up or 2-0 down, will you? So relaxed.
Yeah, doesn't give anything away, which is a huge positive going forward, because listen, the senior and more experienced players, they like sharks, they smell blood. If you give them anything to feed off, they will make you pay.
And this is what he's capable of, even from 2-0 down, isn't it? Just turns on the afterburners.
Well, because of his attitude, it allows him to do that because he's not getting emotional about it. He's just throwing darts.
A bit like Mitchell Lawrie, when you see the occasional dart or drop out go against them, I love the cheeky smile about it. You know, they keep themselves very upbeat, don't they?
Yeah, I think you got to it. It saps energy, getting, like I say, emotionally invested in something so much so that it will just sap you.
What was it like for the walk-ons for you, Chris? Did you find you wanted to throw yourself around a bit like Peter Wright, or
no?
How did you?
No, it didn't interest me at all. I just wanted to get up there and play darts. Really, I didn't subscribe to all of that. I was probably a little bit too old school, and I just get me up there and let's have a game.
Would you stop for a few selfies nowadays?
No, even now I just wanted to get up there, so you sort of smile and sort of say thanks and just get on there. I think some people are cut out for it, aren't they? They just seem so natural and enjoy that. I was always quite anxious, sort of prior to getting on stage. So, yeah, for me, it was, and of course, in my day, it wasn't as big, so there wasn't that interest.
Yeah, when you look at the seniors venue, the old Circus Tavern, what a brilliant venue that was, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's iconic. Of course, there is seniors darts this weekend, Sunday.
Yeah, it's all in one day, isn't it? Very much one to keep an eye on. What's the timings for that?
I think it's 12 or 1 o'clock it starts on Sunday.
There's more pressing matters of the JPL finals, of course.
Absolutely.
Quarterfinals down to the winner. Semi-finals for the girls down to the winner.
And of course, for you late night lovers, it's the US Masters this evening.
Well, I'll be having an early night, Chris, surely. There it goes, 3 double tops, 3-0 lead.
Easy peasy.
And for Branners, it's about going through the motions, isn't it? As we say, he's done enough to qualify, but this is in his own head. He'll be wanting to get this victory, and he'll want to finish the JPL campaign top of the tree.
Yeah, he want to do a job on all the players he could potentially be playing tomorrow.
Because as well, you look at whether that's an advantage or not. We've seen with top against bottom going into the first round of fixtures, but top will play 8th, I'd imagine, and second 7th.
It'll be seeded that way. Yep. 1-8, 2-7, 3-6, and so on.
Inviting the 180 there, wasn't it? Be disappointed with that. Time on his side here with Lex with at least 1 treble. And for Lex, it's just 1 breaker throw and he's back at 3-all, isn't it? So for our 13-year-old JDC world champion, he's not out of this one by any means. Despite Ryan Branley's granite 90 average.
Interesting. Basically saying, I don't think you can take 157 out, pal. And he's right. On this occasion.
I think Lex will go the treble 18 with here.
16 ball.
I think if you're Ryan Branley and you're 3-0 up, this 118 seems a little bit easier in the head, doesn't it?
Absolutely. It's a free hit. It's against the darts. You're 3-0 up. He's just missed the dart at the ball.
Didn't offer much of a guide that first dart, did it? For the, you normally find they go in on the doubles, but
yeah, it was just a bit pokey, that one.
We've seen a few double 17 attempts today, haven't we?
We're seeing why it's the least hit double in darts.
I love a bit of Shanghai on 102.
Ooh, that's horrific. Don't do it, kids. Don't do it.
That's why I'm hiding behind the microphone.
That's some dart. Made the adjustment, not only in weight, but in line. Leads 4-0, averaging just over 10 points more than Lex at the moment.
Been kind of a mirror of week 5, hasn't it? When
Yes.
Ryan was so clinical on tops against Archie Self in a 5-0 victory. And I think when we look at the Rob Cross score from last night, who would have thought we'd be staring down a potential 5-0 with Ryan Branley and Lex Paeshuyse?
I think the biggest surprise from last night was Stephen Bunting getting beaten, who's been in incredible form. Won one of the recent Pro Tours or Players Championships, whichever you choose to describe them, and averaged 102.66 for the entire day.
Fantastic, isn't it? To do that over how many games is it?
7, isn't it?
7 games, yeah.
It's hard enough to do it over 1. So 1-3-7 for Ryan to get it done in double quick time. 80 left. Tops.
Oh, wow. Tops in every leg. Tops in every leg. Tops this time. That'll do nicely, Ryan Branley. Top of the tree, and now he's 2 clear at the top of the tree. Lex Paeshuyse is still in a great position, of course. Join us for our 4th game coming up.
Good afternoon and welcome back. Up next, match number 4 of our 2nd session of group matches. And it's Mitchell Lawrie against Jack Nankervis. And well, Abby, Jack will he'll want to bounce back, won't he?
Yeah, he certainly will. I think it's safe to say his scoring power just was not there in his opening match. There was some clutch finishing, wasn't there? Ended up going down 5-3. Some decent finishing, but we all know that his scoring power is far superior to what was shown in his opening display. And as for Mitchell, well, kind of more of the same. He was shaking his head when he got over the line in his opening match, but
yeah, I mean, he has such high expectations, and my worry for Jack here is, I mean, Mitchell played very, very well. Like you say, even though he sort of come across a bit disappointed, but listen, there's no reason why Mitchell couldn't run away with this one, and then Jack's 2 matches in, 2 defeats, and you know, although we know he's safely through to tomorrow, it's just some some emotional damage going into a very, very important day. So he'd be keen to, even if not win, just get a point on the board and start sort of moving through the gears. That's what I'd be doing today. If I was either of these two, I'd be almost playing in prep for tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think for Jack in particular, it's performance, isn't it? He doesn't really need to worry about picking up points, but it's the manner of that defeat in his opener that will have asked more questions. Another one in there for double five, but it's a dart of the bull, and he pins it, a stunning 130 out from Mitchell Lawrie to kick this match off, a 15 darter. And what a statement start from Mitchell, and straight back in the red bit. Well, we saw that a lot, didn't we, in his opener? Some really timely 140 visits.
Yeah. His scoring power is a massive part of his game.
But yeah, as I was just saying, I mean, there's nothing Jack could do about that stunning finish, but it's the performance, I think. If he were to come out of this and he were to lose 5-3, but he puts in a 90 average,
yeah, that will let him know I'm playing okay. The problem is if you underperform and then that trend continues, you naturally will lose confidence. And the thing is, he's playing against a guy that will want to. You know, you want to try and beat him 5-0. Let's make no mistake about it.
I mean, if he continues to play like this, there's every chance that's going to happen, because this is fantastic stuff at the moment.
Well, that would have been a 15 and a 14 darter, or maybe back-to-back 15s. As it is, he's now got to contend with a bit of pressure.
I get the feeling that he gobbles pressure up. Yeah, just like that. It's a 16 darter. You could just tell, couldn't you? So confident as he towed the hockey.
Yeah, and he's sort of, even in the short space in between, I've sort of commentated on his matches. He's just added a little bit more composure. This is great to see.
Yeah, it's a nice combination, composed, but still that steely grit is there as well.
And a good bit of aggression as well.
Certainly makes for a winning formula. We know that. We've seen that.
Yeah, well, if we were doing that sort of builder player type thing, you know, they're the two things you'd want. You want that composure. You want that grit and graft. It's very much what makes Nathan Aspinall the player he is, and why he's so successful. Well, this is good from Jack. He's just trying to dig in.
And his reward is he does get a look at the Shanghai.
Will he do a littler? No. Oh. Well, it's nearly a double-double instead of a double-double-double. 52. Oh, it's lovely and straight. Just misses the double 16. It would have been another 15 dart leg.
But as it is, another opportunity to halve the deficit for Jack. So quick out of his hand, aren't they?
Which is all right when you're aiming at one target.
Yeah, we speak about it a lot. When you are that fast, it can be difficult because you slow down, you could ruin the rhythm. It can take a while to get that spot on. But one thing I'm noticing a lot today, as I said, you've watched the JPL far more than I have, but you don't see many missed big numbers in this.
No. See a lot of this, though.
We're seeing it a lot from Mitchell at the moment. What a performance this is.
He is. He's a special player.
And when he's in the groove like this, you feel like he could probably carry this on for another hour. Should we test that?
Yeah, this is no longer a best of 8 leg match. It's a best of 38. You still probably get it done in an hour.
Just going to pop next door and tell him.
Wow, not one of girls, weren't they?
Yeah, this is the worst possible scenario, isn't it, for Jack? Because not only is he not finding the level we're used to seeing from him, but he's also running into a performance that's not allowing him time to settle or work his way in.
And that was very much like the performance from Jack.
Yeah.
He played brilliant, and that's a 14 dart hold. So he's had a 14, a 15, a 16, a 17, maybe a 13 to finish things off. And this was my fear right at the top of this match, that I fancied Mitchell to put in a performance like this, and again Jack's just being put on the back foot.
Man, dare we say it, if Mitchell Lawrie continues to play like this going into tomorrow, I certainly wouldn't be backing against him.
And of course Jack's next match is against Ryan Branley, and then his final match is against Jaden Walker.
It just gets so much easier, doesn't it?
Well, you could have a scenario with a guy who was top going into this final day may not pick up a win.
Yeah. And then you see what he's about tomorrow.
Yeah, because he will go into tomorrow with, well, normal players would go in tomorrow thinking, well, I've got no chance. I'm not feeling it. Or maybe that's just me.
I don't think any of these 10 think like that. But it would naturally, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It would naturally dent.
Good last start to leave a very doable finish, and he's going to get a go. That dart surprised me. I think it surprised him.
It's not something you see much of at all in Mitchell's game. Certainly not in this match.
Just keep it straight at least.
There, you could hear it. He's giving his own commentary now on this. He said, just keep it straight at least. So we don't really need to add a great deal more tops. Now for double 10. And he drifts into the wrong bed.
It took a bit of a deflection as well, didn't it? It was almost too close to be a guide. But Jack has stepped in and sarcastically celebrates. Great 60. Well thrown with very little reward.
I think it's back in 28 good.
I mean, I could never act like that.
I can't even imagine. I can't imagine it.
No,
I don't need to imagine it because I've seen it.
And the thing is, this is why I try and, give them the error of my ways and the all the advice I can give them, because, having, as we do now, we go off and do the exhibitions where we do Q&As and I'll, get a chance to, I don't know, many of the players that used to get the better of me, and the one thing that they will always say is, you just used to give us too much to feed on.
Yeah. Yeah, you see the best in the game at the moment. Well, that's significantly better, isn't it, from Jack?
They were definitely straight.
Yeah, no need to berate those. And could we see a little twist in the tail here in this match?
Another good
Certainly.
visit down to a finish of 94. Oh, is that a point? Yeah. His points come out. So he actually threw those darts before that, and
Well, just talk me through what he's going to need to do, the running repairs that are required.
I'm not sure what points he uses, because now there is this variety of point that you can now screw in. So if you want to change the length of point or the style of point, whether it have more grip on it or less grip, and they just now screw in and screw out. But that one looks like it's embedded itself. But no, he is using those those type of points that you can chop and change, but this one's stuck in the board, so you may well have to fit a new point.
That's not going to help either.
Oh, he's going to have to. He's saying he's going to have to change darts.
Well, we were questioning, weren't we, before this, whether there could be a little twist in this one still to come.
Yeah, I think he's got spare points in another set of darts, and he's trying to take one out of that and fit it into the one that's come out. But I think they'll just, if they can't get the point out, they'll just change the board. Thankfully, though, want our board sponsor, Winmore, that produced the beautiful Blade 6 board that they're using today. There's plenty of them about.
Well, it's an unintentional Peter Wright move.
Yeah.
But to get us back underway, and or maybe for Mitchell, because this game seemed to be turning slightly, maybe it's come at an all right time for him, because Jack was starting to work his way into the match, wasn't he?
Yeah, and how often do we see a match change because of a well, for the stuff we do, a commercial break?
Oh,
there we go.
Excellent stuff.
That's a 15 darter, another leg, a break, a throw. And it's what it's done in terms of the focus and concentration for Mitchell here.
Yeah, I think we can say early doors it's not really hampered Jack's focus or his concentration, but how quickly a tide can turn, because a leg and a half ago it was Jack who was berating himself like that. It was Jack who was talking to himself after retrieving his darts. And in the blink of an eye,
it's all change.
Completely. Well, Mitchell's jumping around like a jack in a box at the moment.
Yeah, and that's just sending a message to Jack going, well, I've got him here.
Yeah.
He's gone.
Yeah. And this is exactly what Jack needs in terms of today, in terms of the entire weekend. Well, he didn't need that. But if he were able to rescue a point, what that would do, not looking at the numbers, but what that would do for him.
Absolutely. It's just give him a boost and a bit of belief, because that's what will be lacking if ultimately he ended up getting a couple of heavy defeats, and naturally your confidence is dented. But he's allowed a short a dart, a double seven. We often see frustration from players. We don't want to be too critical. This is a huge weekend, but do you think maybe it's a little too much? It's not helping him? No, and ultimately it'd be detrimental to his career going forward.
Because at the start of this match, things were going swimmingly. Kicked off with that stunning 130 on the ball. But you just feel that extra bit of composure. And without wanting to exaggerate, he could have got the job done quite easily there.
Yep.
I feel like it impacted and influenced his following visits. Even there, a steady ton to kick off a leg. You've got the dart. This is to win it. A steady ton.
And it's still negative.
It's negative.
Yeah. And that negativity will play its part when you're going for cover shots or going for doubles, because you're creating a negative mindset.
And look, it's hard to be too critical. He's 14 years of
I know.
age. He's
I know,
still
but-
averaging in excess of 80. But these are the standards that he's holding himself up to as well.
And it needs nipping in
Yeah.
the bud before it becomes part and parcel of his makeup. And look how long it's taken someone like Cameron
Yeah.
Menzies to change. But look how much more of a positive career he's having now.
Well, just an all-round game now, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I think, look, we don't want robots up there.
No,
we
no.
want players to have emotion. We want them to show their frustration. We want to see that it means something to them. I'm the first person to stick up for Luke Littler when he shows that side of his game, because if he doesn't do that, people quickly say, oh, he doesn't care enough. We want to see that. It's just channeling it so it works for you.
Yeah.
And that has worked beautifully for Jack Nankervis. A stunning 1-4-1 to rescue a point. Absolutely stunning. He looked down and out when he was 4-0 down in that contest. But a combination of things have seen him take a point from this one. And how crucial could that be heading into tomorrow? We'll be back with more action very shortly.
In this game, we don't have enough time for that.
Good afternoon and welcome back to our 10th match of 20 we're bringing you this afternoon. This is our final match of our second group of fixtures, and it puts together the finalist, Carl, of the Super 16.
It certainly does. And what a match that was. Both players bringing out the best of each other on the Marshalls Arena stage, the big stage, and applying the trade here in the JPL, the centre of excellence for the JDC. All to play for in this one, isn't it? And in your best Russ Bray accent, I want you to sing the song "We're Halfway There."
There's two things I don't do anymore: sing and fight. Too old for singing.
Wise words from Chris Mason.
Very nearly the 162 to leave 140. Summit tells me these two like playing each other. Beautiful Max to get him right back in the leg.
Mentioned Jack Johnson against Jack Nankervis, he suited to the pace, and this is another one for Jackie Boy, isn't it? And for Jaden, of course. 180 followed by 140.
And that win for Jack looks even better on the back of the last result.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating going into our last 10 matches, isn't it? All to play for regardless of the outcome of this match, but a win will certainly put 6 points for Jack Johnson, from 2 at the start of the day.
Yeah, puts him potentially just 1 win or possibly a draw away from a qualifying spot.
And for Jaden, you would certainly took 1 win out of 2 going into it, so the mentality's there for both players to get the result, isn't it?
Jack's form continues. As you rightly said, in the last sort of month or 6 weeks, he's turned the corner for me. He did struggle a bit post winning the Super 16, and that was probably just that, I don't know, added bit of expectation and pressure.
I think results against the top players, he was winning matches that he should win on the Advanced Tour, but when he was coming against the big boys, he wasn't getting the results, and he turned that on its head beautifully. So that only gives him confidence coming into finals weekend, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
104.
For Jaden, disappointing first result, but his action, everything seems to be in full flight here, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks very comfortable. Seemed to just be sort of struggling with his elbow in his opening match, but
There's no signs of that here, is
No,
there? It's just
no.
great to see, because we don't want that coming into
no.
a big day or big weekend.
21.
We'd love to see it, but he has got 6 starts minimum if required.
Oh, I think he's the kind of young man that would go for it.
81.
Despite Stephen Bunton's defeat yesterday, he took out the big fish, didn't he, in his defeat? Managed to nail a big fish myself in my Super League last year.
Did you?
About the only thing I did. Early fall, it was early September.
Beautiful dart for 1 apiece. 2
Needed
breaks
that.
of throw. Oh no, 2 holds. It's all right.
Yeah, with his opponent sat on 64 and staring 2-0 down if he missed it, that was a clutch moment, double 5, wasn't it, with the last dart?
Yeah, not the nicest double in the world either, and good control to place it in against the 2 darts on the wire.
And for Jackie Boy, where he was pegged back or levelled with Nankervis and then went 3-2 down, and it was timely checkouts and last dart saloons, and you know, every time he's responded, hasn't he, Jackie Boy?
Yes, his game looks in both of their games look in a much better place than they were as recently as a month ago, the last time I seen them both play.
I know Abby's got a trip down to Cardiff coming up for an exhibition. With Jaden was down in Cardiff, I believe, last weekend with Peter Wright and Gezi Price. So I'm sure, I haven't spoken to him yet, but I'm sure it was a
Great
very
experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Said his schedule with his box office modus exploits, and he hasn't had a weekend free. But I think he's going to be giving Ireland a miss in a couple of weeks, so the break after this week will probably do him good as he looks to share his celebratory birthday with his on the same day as his mum.
That's the European one in Ireland, isn't it? Is that one?
Yeah, it's a European Open and the Irish Open as well, yeah. So much to come, of course, on the JDC. We mentioned potential podcasts and to keep us in the loop moving forward after the Advanced Tour is finished. There you go, Jack Johnson, 2-1 lead.
Lovely finish, that.
Just brilliant, didn't he, from one side of the board, the other was in rapid time. Jaden Walker and Jack Nankervis should probably put the top of the tree for the being able to fly around the board with such accuracy, but that was brilliant from Jackie Boy. Yeah, we've got, of course, over in Ireland for the European Open. Lewis Cook going to be defending his title there. We've got to start thinking about the Super 16 qualifiers. There's going to be 8 events, I believe, for qualifying for that.
So much on for the younger players now. It's fabulous.
And that, of course, the reward for reaching the final. These two obviously experienced that on the Marshalls Arena stage. The rewards this year is in November for the Grand Slam of Darts. The Aldersley Arena, isn't it?
Sure is.
Are they going to be staying there, do you know, Chris, or is it going to be going back to the Civic eventually? I think it's outgrown the Civic, hasn't it?
Yeah, and they just can't strike a deal that works for both there now, because it's obviously it was shut for a while and it had a completely refurbished, and I think the people involved who were involved originally, they moved on, and I just don't think the PDC could work something out. But I'd like to see it sort of certainly find a permanent home.
30.
So an opportunity, an unexpected one for 3-1.
Not the first time he's done that today.
34.
So for a level game yet again, Jaden, double 10, pins it.
Loves double
no
10.
drama at all.
And that's a reprieve there, because he had been expecting 3-1 after their misses, but didn't he respond well? Nice when it goes in first start, isn't it?
100.
Oh yes.
59.
And with the Grand Slam, you think the Civic, you can only build upwards on it. If you carried on building upwards, you'd be the size of the Leazes stand at Newcastle. To try and fit everybody in that would want to come and watch the Grand Slam.
58.
And of course the recent World Cup, the 4 more players securing their spot at the Slam, the winners and the runners up.
When you look at the qualifiers from the original 2007, when yourself and Kevin McDine qualified, to how many available offers is there now for the Pro Tour players?
Well,
Or
there's
Challenge
lots.
Tour?
Yeah, there's lots, isn't there? There used to be only 2.
It's a bit like the old Masters, isn't it? When you automatically get into the last 16, you used to have to play 5 or 6 matches, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, and just to get anywhere near it.
Not taking anything away from Wolfie, of course.
61.
Treble 18 for ball.
42.
But again, from potentially 3-1 to 2-all, and this will be a nice hole to throw on it. More misses. Treble 20 for another double 10, perhaps.
Just got to be careful not to catch the flight on the way through.
6.
So much at stake in terms of the league positionings. You expect drama and misses, don't you? Or drama on the doubles. What an adjustment that was. It's a hole to throw. It's a very important one.
140.
Jaden doing his very best to get back level straight off. Fascinating contest here in Coventry.
Yeah, it has a slightly different dynamic, this one, because these two have got a bit of history, and they certainly captured the imagination of fans and players.
68.
And to say both players didn't even have a practice or a look at the board, did they? When
No, they were actually up on the media balcony, and yeah, just having a throw up there. They couldn't have been any more relaxed.
when you talk about getting familiar with boards and the old structure of Super League and then once a month county, you never used to get a shot away done at County Durham anyway. You don't get any chance to practice on that board.
No, and the away team would have their own practice board, which I played for a few counties, and they made sure that couldn't be any more different than the stage board. Dirty tactics.
It's like the old plough lane at Wimbledon, isn't it? With no hot water. Beige walls.
Oh, very, very unlucky there for Jaden, but what a chance for Jack. Takes his chance. Beautiful 16 dart leg to pull clear and guarantee at least a point.
Moves him to 5 points guaranteed, but he has the opportunity for a 5-2. And again, when we talk about leg difference earlier on, a 5-3 win and a potential 5-2 win.
It's a big swing.
85.
Lewis Cook's responding beautifully in his matches. Ben Townley's had disappointment, but we know he's got the quality and the class to get the job done in his final 2 games. It really is going to be a fascinating last 10 games here in Coventry.
Yeah, when we come back at the end of this match after a very short break, it will be Jack Nankervis against Ryan Branley. It'd be interesting to see the response from Jack after pegging Mitchell back.
Yeah, that had game 1 written all over it with Archie Self the way he came back there. He's done that a few times, hasn't he? Some beautiful takes. 3-figure checkouts in the 140 plus range.
Jaden Walker having a real go here.
167 springs to mind earlier on in the campaign.
Could have done without that turn.
41.
Edgy stuff, isn't it?
Well, they know the importance, both of them.
But if Jaden gets this, he has the throw in the last leg. He's done very little wrong, hasn't he? But it's just been fine margins.
58.
To wrap things up,
Game shot in the match.
we'll take that. He's got Jaden Walker's number on the 118. It's 5-2. He has the victory and moves from 4 points to 6 points. It's back-to-back wins for Jackie Boy. We've got game 11 after a short break. Exhilarating stuff here in Coventry. Stay with us, folks.
Good afternoon and welcome back to this Super Saturday. We have completed 2 rounds of matches, as you can see. And we now enter into round 3. So 10 matches down, 10 more to bring you. Let's have a quick look at the table because there has been some movers. And Jack Johnson from the foot of the table has now found himself in a qualifying position. Jack Nankervis with just the 1 point so far today. That was a draw against Mitchell Lawrie, which looked unlikely. So a couple of big matches for both Ben Townley, Abbey, and Lewis Cook. But we start with Jack Nankervis against Ryan Branley.
Yeah, another big one. Jack Nankervis, how different he will be feeling having come from 4-0 down to rescue a point in his last match. It was a combination of factors, wasn't it, that got him to 4-all. He upped his level somewhat and his opponent really capitulated is the word. But we wonder whether he can build on that now, because the performances so far on the whole haven't been at the high standard that we expect from him, and given how he's been berating himself, he expects from himself as well. So can he build on that point here?
Well, it's going to be hard. It's a tough match. It'll be a tough match anyway. Never mind when you've had a disappointing day for him. There has been some flashes, of course. But Ryan Branley looks in very, very good nick.
Yeah.
Looks super comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, totally unsurprising, really, wasn't it? Certainly one of the main contenders when we come to tomorrow's action. Currently, as you just saw, top of the league standings.
And his final match will be against Lewis Cook, who himself has had a tough day thus far. But real big game coming up for multiple reasons, really. How Mitchell Lawrie will respond. And he's playing against Jack Johnson, who's playing some really good stuff today.
Yeah, some really inspired stuff from Jack Johnson, who was rooted to the foot of the table before a dart had been thrown.
Well, it was what we spoke of, and the beauty of this, that nobody was out of contention. Yeah. Everybody still had a chance.
A chance to fill up the red bit, not taken, but...
Well, it's something you picked up on a little earlier. His timing sometimes is just perfect.
Yeah.
He just finds that right shot at the right time. As we say so many times, the great players do great things.
Yeah, and a lot of the time it's about finding that even when you're not at your best. Can Jack do that here with a 1-3-2? Well, he wanted the...
It was a lovely guide for him, wasn't it?
Perfect guide. Couldn't find the treble 19, though.
Double 12. For the break.
And that's exactly what he gets. Clinical as you like. A 16-dart break.
I think that sums up his performances so far today, hasn't it? It's just been clinical.
Yeah.
It's been solid.
Efficient.
Yes.
But for Jack, well, that dart into the 3 segment, that kind of sums up a lot of what's gone wrong for him. We could hear him in his last match. Just keep them straight was his main source of frustration.
And I think that's the nature of these really quick players, and they either do that or they tend to spray them a little.
Yeah, he just seems in complete control of every aspect of his game at the moment, doesn't he?
Yeah, even on the back of a real disappointing visit, he just pops up. The treble 20 wasn't ideal, so he's run for cover and just popped 2 in the 19s for a beautiful 174. And that's a player playing within himself, because he's not, you know, he's taking his medicine, isn't he? He's disappointed with a turn and just gets on with it.
But I do think we're seeing with Ryan a player who is very much ready to take that next step now.
Yeah, well, he's won on the Dev Tour.
Yeah, he's picked up a Dev Tour title. And he's impressed on the Modus Super Series as well when he appeared there.
Yeah, listen, he's not too far away from. I would have held a few players back, including Luke Littler, for a year. How wrong would I have been? But it's just such a shark tank, isn't it, on that Pro Tour? And you worry for young players.
20.
But you do worry less when they've been exposed to environments like this.
Absolutely. They're not going in there with their eyes wide shut.
And especially when you have days like this as well, where you've got 4 rounds of fixtures. As we mentioned earlier, the ups and downs that come with that. Well, this could get very messy, couldn't it? Very, very quickly.
82 left. 42 or ball. Went for the right shot, the bigger target.
And in the end, after missing 7 darts at double, Ryan Branley does get over the line. You won't need to worry about that or the fact that the numbers have tumbled. Just get the job done. And for Jack, yes, he's got another match after this, and he's certainly not out of this one yet. He was 4-0 down in his last match, but you can tell that he's frustrated. His body language is getting worse and worse, almost visit by visit at this point. What would you recommend doing before tomorrow if things don't improve? If he's feeling like this and quite dejected, what do you do? Because it's such a short turnaround. You can't change a great deal.
No, again, it's just that support system around you. People telling you, look, just forget about today. It doesn't matter. You can't win it today. Yeah. And you can't lose it today. You know, not in his position because he's qualified. So, and tomorrow's a different environment. It's a knockout format. It's the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and finals, and anything can happen. But apart from the negativity you create for yourself, he's just not allowing himself to play, and it's not a coincidence that the more you see this, the more detrimental it is to their level of performance. So, and again, it's down to people that are around them, their coaches in the academies, their parents, just to put an arm around them and say, look, watch this back and watch what effect this had, and how much of a boost it gives your opponent, and how your level of play starts to dissipate.
Well, he benefited from it in the last game,
Correct.
didn't he?
140.
Well, good visit to put a bit of pressure on this 76.
Tops it is for Branley to go 3-0 up.
Ooh, very, very close. Clip the wire.
Game shot.
And this time he is punished. It is first against second, of course.
6.
Came into the day's play with Jack in top spot, but
7.
as Mace said, neither of them need to worry about the league stand-ins. We do have the top 4 already qualified for tomorrow's action in Tergel, Archie Self, Jack Nankervis and Ryan Branley.
85.
We'll be seeing all 4 of those tomorrow.
Yep, their work was done in the opening 5 fixtures, or 5 weekly fixtures. Ryan's game's just come off the top a little here. And again, I think something you picked up on earlier, we'll have to play its part. There's not that urgency there. Like, you know, playing knockout darts and playing effectively league or round robin type style darts, it is very hard to remain switched on for long periods, because your mind wanders, and it naturally will.
Yeah, unless there is something riding on every single game that you play over the course of the day. And it's just the adrenaline, isn't it? Because you've seen it, you've done it, you know you're going to be there tomorrow. How on earth can you replicate that level of urgency?
Yeah, I'm focus and concentration.
96.
Yeah, that was always going to be tough. Dart was a little too high. Ended up effectively blocking the passageway through to the double. So 14 and tops for Ryan to re-establish that cushion. And the 14's plumb in the middle. Low on the tops this time. Inside on the 10s. His doubling has deserted him.
And again, he's punished. Ryan Branley started off with a very clinical, very efficient 16 dart leg. But from there, on the outer ring, it has not been too pretty. We mentioned that urgency with these two players not really being there. Well, our next game, there's going to be quite a lot, I would imagine. And the game, game number 3, Walker against Townley, there's going to be a heck of a lot, isn't there?
Absolutely.
A lot of jeopardy there.
Yeah, as we move into those last round of matches, we will pretty much know exactly what is required from each individual player, with the exception of those that you've already mentioned that are already in automatic qualification spots.
100. 60. 51.
At the moment, Jack's just benefiting from Ryan just unravelling a little here.
57.
Jack could or maybe should have been 4-0 down.
Well, this would be pretty spectacular. We are learning today, aren't we? Even with opponents not on a finish, they're going to go for the big outshots.
Well, they want that highlight reel on social media.
80.
Excellent stuff. Again, we're just seeing one player, aren't we? Just going off the boil. They're not producing at the same time. It's not
No.
an overall performance from the two players.
57.
But Jack at the moment capitalising on those woes from Branley. But we've mentioned that tomorrow, of course, is finals day. We'll have 8 boys in action, and the 4 girls who have already made it: Ruby Gray, Lexi Jane Rooksby, Rebecca Allen, and of course Paige Paulin. So
Paige has been down at the Modus this week, hasn't she? That's a handy bit of preparation for this.
well, and if you want to look at the model attitude, if you like, from what I've seen of her on the women's series and at the Super Series, I could certainly learn a lot. in terms of attitude.
I'm saying now.
81.
And of course, we've got the two young girls that be playing at the World Match Play in between the semi-final and final of the women's series. Well, the women's World Match Play, should I say?
96.
What an opportunity that will be.
Absolutely incredible. You see how far the women's game has come on. The likes of Lisa Ashton had always dreamt of that. Bullseye now for Branley. Isn't able to trouble it.
And that really would have come from absolutely nowhere. Good leave, though.
Yeah, it was intentional. He didn't actually go for the ball, just setting it up.
Changed his mind last second.
But this has been the undoing of Branley in this match, hasn't it?
Yeah, and we talk about it all the time. Once you start missing, you just continue to miss. Some of these very hard to shake off.
But he's been afforded another opportunity here. And this time, he doesn't miss. We've got a level game yet again. You mentioned Blackpool, Chris. The conditions in that room, very, very similar.
Yeah, it's like a cauldron in there. It's obviously soundproofed as well, so there's not a lot of air in there.
67.
Well, I think at the moment, the way Ryan's played, he'd probably be the happier of the two just to secure a point here and avoid the defeat.
Yeah, it's been a weird game, though, hasn't it? Because I don't think either of them are going to be overly happy, regardless of how it ends up going.
In football terms, it's like a 0-0 draw, isn't it? With one attempt each at goal.
I was going to say, and Ryan Branley's the one who's had multiple opportunities, but not really tested the keeper.
100.
Oh, a little bit of a lead, 131 points, but he is on throw.
Well, I wouldn't want to be Branley's first dart if it ends up in the one segment, right? Switched, come downstairs.
We've already seen 1 point left in the board, and I see one snapped in there.
So to secure a point for Jack Nankervis. And he does get the dart at tops.
Look at
just to compile Branley's misery.
His face nowhere near that single 12. And then he's all the way down the board and back up and finds tops. You think, really?
And that's the worst, isn't it? Because you think, when you see them miss the big number, you go, right, I'm probably coming back here. I fancy my chances of coming. Oh, no, I'm not.
No, and it is. It's sickening.
But also, given how this match has unfolded for Branley, he's probably gone, yeah, of course it went.
Yeah.
Of course it did. You start feeling like everything is going against you.
Well, at the moment, Jack's having a bit of a charmed day because he got away with murder against Mitchell. And he's getting away with it a bit here. We've not seen Ryan play this poorly for him all day.
Yeah, and a leg and a half in. It didn't look like he was going to do that in this match either. Just started to unravel slightly. And he started missing darts at double. There we have it. You could hear it. We've talked so much, haven't we, in this match about timing, and Jack just saying, now was not the time for that. But it was perfect timing for that 140 from Branley.
Yeah, this is much better. Second 140 of the leg. 64 after 12, 0 pressure. Should guarantee himself a point here.
Well, couldn't get it done with match start number 1. But given how this game has unfolded, it was never going to be that straightforward, was it?
Darts rarely is.
Well, you can see that suggests he's really struggling with the grip of his dart, given how warm it is. Trying to work his way in, and he does. In the end, it was far from his brilliant best, but Branley does manage to pin the double to rescue a point. A huge sigh of relief as he does so. A game that could have gone either way in the end, and it is points shared. Well, all the games from here on in take on added importance and significance, don't they, when you're outside the top 4 in the league standings. And this, well, it feels like a particularly big one. Jack Johnson, what a day he is having. Picked up 2 wins, came into today's action, rock bottom of the table. There were a lot of eyes on him and what he could potentially do. Well, he is proving exactly what he's capable of at the moment. Up to 7th in the league standings now. Just a place behind his opponent, Mitchell Lawrie, and a point behind him as well. So could leapfrog him if he can get the win. He's 3rd on the spin. And Mitchell Lawrie, there's another subplot, isn't there? Because in his last match, it was a sensational start, but things fell apart rather quickly for him.
Yes, Abby, that's correct. And it's something that we've witnessed a few times with Mitchell. The 3 draws that he's had, he's been in winning positions against Archie Self, against Ryan Branley, and against Jack Nankervis, which again shows the scope of the youngster, the fact that them draws on another day. Yes, it's the same for all players, but 3 winnable matches there, and he could be sat top of the table himself. So there's still plenty more to come from Mitchell Lawrie, no doubt. And he's got the right, as we say, he's channeling everything brilliantly now. So expect fireworks in this one.
Well, he started this one excellently.
David and Goliath in terms of stature, isn't it? Frame.
Oh, missed the big number, Jack Johnson.
That 7's been a thorn in his side, hasn't it? When he's been going for the double 16 and hitting the 7 on a couple of occasions, and now hitting the 7 on the...
Well, that was a bit closer than he'd have liked, Mitchell. Just wipes his brow there because he almost bust with dart number 1.
I love the
he
reaction
could see
again.
the funny side of things. He wouldn't have, I don't think, if he had found the treble 20. I can guarantee you that.
We've talked about players walking on the third dart. I think he was running after that one, wasn't he, on the first dart? But again, a beautiful opener. 7 points he sits in 6th in the table. And Jack Johnson 10th to 7th. Of course, still got work to do, but he's put himself in a prime position with 2 games to go. But he's up against the immovable object in Mitchell Lawrie. So hard to beat nowadays.
Yeah, the thing is, Jack has put things in his own hands, hasn't he? This is...
Did we see his last fixtures against Ben Townley as well?
I believe it is.
Ben's up next, I believe.
Yeah, it is going to be to start round 4. Johnson against Townley, so...
All to play for on that one, but this match here, if he can get a draw or a win, it'll just give him that extra bit of relaxation going into it, won't it? And for Ben, he'll know exactly what he's got to do coming into his next match. Really struggling to find his form is Ben, but we know he's got the quality and he's got that digging ability. He responds well, doesn't he, when he's behind it, but he's also very fluent from the front. 1 win for him in the remaining 2 games should see him into Sunday. But for Mitchell Lawrie, he's doubled his advantage, leads 2-0. Jackie Boy's got it all to do.
Yeah, Ben has also run into some inspired performances, hasn't he? And that's an inspired visit from Mitchell Lawrie.
That's what we've come to expect from Wee Sox, from Renfrew and Glasgow. Iron Brew, brand new. Other fizzy pop is also available.
Yeah, it's interesting reading about Scottish darts at the moment and the work that's being done by the likes of Craig Mitchell, of course.
Oh, you'll have to elaborate on that one.
Putting in some fantastic work and still so much potential.
Well, when you look at the 4 players that are on the tour, you're Kyle Davis, and Scotland's going to be a big force at the in Gibraltar as well. You know, he's a World Cup winner himself, is Mitchell Lawrie. You know, these players who are 14, 15-year-old, 13-year-old, they've got international experience for a few years. It's amazing, isn't it? We had a once-a-year Butlin's holiday tournament to have a go at.
Well, that's not going to make Mitchell feel much better, is it? But he will come back, not punished by Jack, and this time he does tidy it up for a 3-0 lead.
Again, Mitchell Lawrie's scoring powers giving himself that extra visit, isn't it? Very rarely does he get outscored, does Mitch. We talk about the drama that's been involved in some of his matches with the points sticking in the board. I remember on the advanced tour, the second half of the season, he went to fist pump or shake a hand of an opponent, and he ended up getting stabbed in the hand. So it's been all all go for Mitchell Lawrie. And how he's grew in that second half of the campaign, he's really is a front runner coming into Sunday, isn't he?
Yeah, as Mace and I were saying, the only thing that you question is channeling those emotions in the right way when things aren't going to plan. Aside from that, he seems to have every single aspect of the game right there.
And I think with that one game mentality, I think that has been sort of evident to see that. But when it comes to the weekend play, he's in the latter stages of the business end of proceedings. He's channeled it beautifully. So it's interesting to see how he does do tomorrow in that when it's a win or go home scenario. It's a long way home, 7.5 hours for Dad Fraser and Mitchell to come down today. Yesterday even. You won't want to do that on the same day of action, would you? Not even Chaos Carl would do that.
And you do a lot of things.
For another podcast, I'm sure, Robbie.
Yeah, it's clinical stuff, isn't it, from Mitchell Lawrie. 1 point secured. Jack just not getting that many opportunities.
I mean, Jamie of the JDC were discussing, and Ryan Branley coming into the opening round of fixtures, it was 90 average he was cooking on and looking good. Yes, he's had that little setback there, but Mitchell Laurie's making these high 80, 90 plus averages, making them look easy, isn't he? So certainly their form coming into this weekend is clear to see, isn't it?
Yeah, you look at his numbers and you just think, it just feels like there's so much more that he's got in the tank. You feel like there are so many more gears that he's got to go through.
Absolutely, and every time you look, he's at 6 darts, 9 darts, and he's below 200. It's amazing darts. You throw in Lex Paeshuyse, who's been granite. Archie Self, who's been phenomenal. Jack Nankervis battling away well.
But it is match one for Mitchell Lawrie. Average dips below 90 in the end. But it was a comprehensive victory. Scoring power there in patches. His finishing very, very impressive too. And it is a 5-0 success. What can he do tomorrow? Well, we're going to find out in just, well, not long to go at all. But next up, it is Jaden Walker against Ben Townley.
Welcome back, folks. Game 3 of our third bank of 5. And what an important game it is. Jaden Walker taking on Ben Townley. Both players in search of the first victory of the day. A win for Jaden will put him in a good position. He'll have to go back-to-back, you feel, Chris, if he's going to get through to Sunday. And for Ben Townley, a win will put him on to 8 points. That should be enough as well for Ben.
Yeah, he's on the bubble at the moment, isn't he? On 6 points. He's leaving himself in a precarious position, and this is going to be a tough match for him because Jaden's played very, very well today. I think the better of the two. So you're right in what you say as well. Jaden's going to have to produce back-to-back wins. Easier said than done in this company.
I do feel that Jaden's second performance was eye-catching, wasn't it, in defeat?
Yeah.
But Ben, for me, when his back's against the wall in the JPL, he produces. It might be a slow burner in terms of this Saturday, but one win and he's into Sunday.
Yeah, and I think he may be too preoccupied with that, and rather than just playing to his ability, I think it's evident that he's conscious that, right, I need a win, and of course the harder you try to get that win, the harder it is to get over the line.
It's a bit like defending a lead, isn't it? You can't defend a lead,
no.
You've got to go out and take the win, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And the more you do defend, the worse it gets, doesn't it? So
You watch England as well then?
Just like Hartlepool, they've cost us a few hair follicles and colour. Ravanelli before the Van Gerwen look.
So, Jaden on throw. First down to a finish.
And if you're Jaden sat on 3 points, to hold your throw in the opening leg, that'll settle him down nicely, won't it?
Yeah, I think he'll be reasonably happy with how he's played today. There's been a good rhythm to his darts, and he's looked pretty comfortable.
And Ben, you feel, although it's a best of 8, he's got a free pop at this opening leg, hasn't he? But he certainly, if he was given the opportunity, he wouldn't be doing a Phil Taylor and giving the throw away, would he? So you'd like to be thrown first in this contest, but it's Jaden who'll have first pop at the ball.
31 now.
And this is in Ben's wheelhouse. He loves double 18. Will he get a shot at it? No, but
Well, that was sort of a half-hearted attempt at the tops. It was a safe go at tops. Double 10, double 5.
keeping John Molyneux on his toes there, wasn't he? Says he loves double 18. There was a lovely marker on the second one.
On the wire. Any closer? It's in. Double 9 now for an early breaker throw and an unexpected opportunity which you just can't take.
Getting closer. Just like Ben on the double 18. Couldn't utilise that brilliant marker. And this will settle Ben down nicely, won't it? He's never looked closer so far. Overcooks it. Tension and drama here in Coventry. All to play for at the top, as we saw with Jack Nankervis and Ryan Branley, and all to play for at the bottom.
Yeah, took the decision to split, and it was the right one.
Ben showing his experience there. I did say that Ben would be off the moving off the tour due to his age, but he has got another year, I can confirm. So it'll be pleasing to see how he progresses in the second half of the year and into next year. He hasn't been playing darts long. I think only a year and a half, 2 years he's been playing, Ben.
Yeah, I heard a similar story to that. Yeah, which is quite incredible, really.
And like many talents, I suppose, with darts, they have the options of doing 2 or 3 other things. And he said to his dad one day, "I'm going to focus on my darts."
Does have a very nice action. The delivery is nice. It's a very assertive throw.
And it gets more assertive when he's involved in a real ding-dong of a match, doesn't he? So it'll be interesting to see if these both of these can bring out the best of each other. You're just waiting for one person to fire in a good score.
Yeah, maybe that's all it needs, just to ignite the match. Is, like you say, just a spell of good scoring and good finishing.
Heavy scorer when Ben gets going. It's just the consistency, isn't it, with Ben at the minute?
Well, and if he's relatively new to the game, that will be normal. You'll go through phases where he feels like he can't miss, and then phases where he doesn't understand why he's missing. And again, that just comes down to practice, experience, knowledge.
When I discussed, obviously, experience and the Super 16 experience it was when I was talking to Jaden's family prior to a dart being thrown today, you forget that he's 12-year-old. He's box office, isn't he? But he's 12-year-old. And Ben been playing the game 2 years. He's 16. You know, this...
Yeah, it's remarkable, isn't it? How quickly these young players learn.
And you get the feel in the context of the JPL, not just this match. This is a very important hole to throw. It's going to be for Jaden Walker, isn't it?
Yeah, listen, I don't think a draw's any good for him, is it? I think he needs a win or his race is run.
Yeah, 2-1 and he's smack bang in this match. 3-0 down and Ben throwing first in leg 4, and you feel his race could be run. Who's going to blink first in leg number 3? Can Ben punish the 50? Looks like he's going to do that. It's a tight ton, isn't it?
Very. It feels like a real tight game, even though Ben is 2-0 up. It's leg 1 was a monster, wasn't it? And that may have affected both players here. Tops. Just one moment like that, and you forget all about that opening leg 35 darter.
Deja vu for Ben Townley, who was on 115 and executed brilliantly in the match earlier. Unable to do so this time. With Jaden back on 40, coming back. And this all-important hole to throw, will it come to fruition? 2-1 it is. We've got a game on our hands, folks, here in Coventry. The JPL is still alive for Jaden Walker. Our 12-year-old superstar digging in brilliantly.
Yeah, I need look at the averages. I know they're massively impacted by that opening leg, but I don't feel like he has to raise his game massive amounts just to get the better of this one. Both struggling. Both finding the conditions difficult.
Yeah, we've had unnatural breaks in the game with the point being stuck in the board, but the heat in there, we should be having the water breaks like on the football. And I think that's what Ben needs. He needs to quicken up his game a little bit. I think you can be over careful with your throw, can't you? I've noticed Ryan Branley do that on occasions, and it hasn't been to his benefit. Sometimes you need to give yourself a bit extra rhythm, don't you?
Yeah, and two players I always speak about when I discuss that is Damon Heta and Ross Smith. They usually start matches just a bit too tentative. They're trying to be too perfect and not allowing that natural talent to come out. Don't allow themselves to play with the freedom you need.
And boy, when you do, the two heaviest 180 scorers going, aren't they?
Absolutely.
Again, a ton topper. Very unlucky from Jaden.
Yeah, he's just not quite on it when it comes to the tops. How's Ben's dart at the ball? Oh, it was in the 25. You can see the hole it left.
Played it safe with the 20, which I like. Didn't get greedy for the treble for the double 5, did he?
So much goes wrong when you chase the treble. Double 16. And Jaden rightly frustrated.
He's been unlucky on them big outshots, hasn't he? But Ben's mopped up.
Well, yeah, you can forgive him on the 125, but then he had 3 more, and he knows as well as we do that he should be putting them away.
Two games down for Ben, and thought the world was against him, and yet a win here and he's into Sunday and the world's great again. Of course, that brings Jackie Boy and Lewis Cook back into the equation. Still so many permutations with the league table.
Yeah, going into the last phase of matches, we'll know more. But at the moment, like you say, it's still very much up in the air for the bottom end of the table.
And as we said, 2-0 down. It was an important hold for Jaden to get to 2-1. It's now or never, isn't it, in regards to a hold?
167.
Well, he very nearly managed to force one through.
Thought from out of the blue we were going to see a 145 he's been famous for, but that was almost a timely 144, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's almost the kind of thing he needs.
The 60's going to be under pressure. 2 10s. And he switched to 10s. Hasn't been as accurate as it has been in previous games, has it? And again, Ben gets the point. He moves on to 7 points. Could it be enough? Who knows? But he's 1 leg away from getting all 2.
Well, Jaden will be absolutely fuming with this. This is so unlike him. He's probably around 20 points off where I'd expect to see him.
The heat of battle here in Coventry.
This is the battle of the heat.
The Damon Hetter, the heat is on. So usually round about this time of the year, Dennis Ovens celebrates his birthday as well. Would Dennis still be throwing a dart?
Oh, I'm not sure, you know. I'm not sure. Wouldn't surprise me if he still has a little run out with a bit of local league darts.
If he has somehow managed to salvage a draw and move on to 4 points, a win in his last game at 6 and hope for the best potentially, but it's not likely, is it?
No, it's hard to see. Well, then we got to look at the permutations of leg difference, but I'd be surprised if 6 makes it. But
And the fact that Ben has also got to play Jackie Boy, where one of them or both of them could potentially get points. A bit like Lewis Cook earlier. Sarcastic Mexican wave.
Well, he knows if he'd have hit doubles in this match, it'd be the scoreline would be very much round the other way.
I think he's had pretty much a dart in every leg, hasn't he, Chris?
Feels like it, doesn't it?
But Ben has been on the premises, hasn't he? And he's took the outshots when he's needed. So from his mindset coming into this game, he really has took his chances. That's what you've got to do.
Listen, you're fortunate if your opponent misses, but you've still got a hit. So and now that he probably feels like his race is run, we may see some better darts from Jaden.
We only got to look at the 4-1 where he was behind and he 2 180s in the leg, 11 dart leg. Was it the exchange 180s, didn't they, him and Lewis Cook?
Yep.
All our games, of course, from the JPL and the Advanced Tour on our YouTube and Facebook channels, but it's all about the live action. Super Saturday and Finals Sunday. And for Ben Townley going into tomorrow, that's if he does get over the winning line, now if 7 points is enough going into the last game. He's already beaten the likes of Lex Paeshuyse and Ryan Branley, so we talk about how all 8 players are in with a shout tomorrow. On any given Sunday, Ben will certainly feel that he's got winning chances or he wouldn't be turning up. Confidence of our youngsters. To wrap things up, Jaden will be back to take us the distance.
Yeah, he's got to make Ben try and get over the line, and 5-5 here, which should go in. Wow, yeah, he can't believe it either. Neither can I.
He's had a few of them, hasn't he?
Oh, what are you doing?
We've had a few perfect guides that have gone astray, haven't we, from our players today?
Well, the thing is, when you're playing in this heat, no matter how grippy the dart is, you just sometimes the sweat goes in between your skin and the tungsten. As well, Ben Townley somehow picks up the points he's needed, and he will be in tomorrow's finals. It was a bit disappointing from both lads in the end, but it is Ben Townley who gets it done. Next, we've got Lex versus Archie.
Archie. Is the ball more to the left?
No, I think that's very long, to be fair.
Right.
Just you?
Okay, the third round action continues here in Coventry. The first ever, the inaugural Junior Power League. And tomorrow, we will get our first 2 champions, one in the boys segment, one in the girls. And if you are just joining us, we've got 10 boys in action today.
All the best, mate.
They'll be whittled down to 8, so we'll lose 2 players. We've got just under a round and a half of fixtures remaining before we reach that point. And next up, we have Lex Paeshuyse against Archie Self. And, well, Archie, he was 4-1 down in his last match, wasn't he? Responded really well to rescue a point. What can he do in this one?
98.
For Paeshuyse, though, it's been an intriguing day, hasn't it? Because at times he's looked completely unstoppable. But then missed darts at double at times have plagued him. It's been inconsistent.
Yeah, well, I think he's had a few issues with the dreaded dartitis, but he's bounced back brilliant from that. And I just think sometimes he just second guesses himself.
Yeah.
We see it from Nathan Aspinall,
Yeah,
don't we? And he's managed that absolutely brilliantly. I think the composure that you have to adapt, don't you? And sometimes it works out for you, and I think every now and again you just sort of, whether it be focus or you just lose your way slightly. But overall, for his age, he's a remarkable young player.
Yeah, we've seen him have to reset a couple of times, haven't we? And it's not really hindered him a great deal. He's done so to great effect, and he could be about to take this opening leg with great effect. Has to shuffle across and can't find a way through that first attempt, really making things awkward for him.
Well, when you're that age and already a junior world champion, when you think that the company he's playing within, that doesn't happen by accident.
Absolutely not. And Belgian darts is in a good place, isn't it? I remember a couple of years ago speaking to the likes of Dimitri Vandenberg about the boom and it was, you know, for the likes of him and Kim Huybrecht and Mike de Decker, less so then because he hadn't really burst onto the scene.
Eric Claris is still the best Belgian player.
Yeah, but it was the fact that they had shops popping up.
Yeah,
they had, you know, the interest was at an all-time high, and you think someone like Paeshuyse could really help elevate that even further going forward. I mean, Mike de Decker's got one of the nicest throws in the entire game. I've said it for years now. It really is a delight to watch. But
well, we were the two of the least surprised players when he pops up and wins a major, because again, you just look at the basic fundamentals of his action, and it was, for me, it was only a matter of time.
But someone like Lex coming along,
and of course the Euro Tour went there as well, didn't it? To Belgium, and that was huge. And just overall now, the interest across Europe's not quite to the levels of Germany yet, because they're they're fanatical.
That is a great response from Archie Self. A 13 dart break back.
Yeah, Max in the leg as well.
But yeah, with a Premier League night as well. Heading to Belgium. Could we one day see this young chap competing on that stage?
I don't know why we don't have a European tour in Wales, Abby. I don't think a Premier League night is enough.
I agree entirely.
Not considering the history of the sport there, and
or in Ireland.
Or exactly, we should have one there as well.
I agree. I'd take the Grand Prix in Wales, to be honest.
Well,
that'd do me.
For me, that was an obvious choice after it got after it sort of lost its place in Dublin. Take it somewhere else, either to Northern Ireland or to Wales or even Scotland.
Archie himself has to look at his hands, but it is an 11 darter to back up the 13. What a response to losing that opening leg. Averaging in the mid-90s at the moment, but...
Yeah, that's best leg of the day so far, isn't it? An 11.
57.
Yeah, I think we did see an 11 a little earlier on in the day as well. So matching the best that we've seen.
81.
We've seen a lot of darts, Abs. I
We
can't
have.
remember who it
Yeah,
was.
it was from Tergel, I think.
Yes.
I think he went 6 into the 9, didn't he?
He
And
did.
then wrapped it up in 11. But what a response again this is.
Well, the pace of this one suiting both, and they're almost bouncing off of each other. They seem to get on very well. There's a lot of interaction between the two. Well, it might not be an 11, Abs, but it is a 12.
How do you know it's friendly interaction? They could be saying anything to each other. Could be saying all sorts. I'm joking.
Yeah, if they don't understand each other, then you could be quite right.
134.
Well, Mrs. speaks to me in Welsh. I ain't got a clue what she's saying. I just smile.
Well, there's a lot to like about the darts they're producing at the moment. A fantastic pace to the game, superb tempo, and my goodness, are they helping to bring out some of the best in each other.
Well, the opening leg was a long one, and then it's 13, 11 and 12.
100.
No, this one is nicely poised.
100.
But it's Lex who's possibly going to threaten the break. Only 60. So 1-2-4 needed. Treble 18. Doesn't get it. So Archie will be back at a very doable 84. Shot still on. Ball.
59.
And now it is the same target for Lex, but he makes no mistake on the ball. Been a thoroughly enjoyable contest. Coming up next, the final match in round 3. And it is Cook against Tergel.
Great switch from Archie.
121.
Really got to try and force the issue from here. Oh, that's unfortunate. Horrible deflection.
42.
Be desperate to instantly get that break back.
Well, he is showing that side of his game today, isn't he? That
120.
fighting back, that digging deep. Not something we have to see him do all that often. But 4-1 down in his last match. Valiant fight back
60.
to take a point from that one, and he's not letting his Belgian opponent have things his own way at all in this one. Even when it seems like Lex has done enough to steal a march, just can't get rid of him.
Yeah, he hangs him well,
Yeah.
doesn't he? So next we'll be back under a bit of pressure on the 110. He's just had the all-important break of throw. And Archie has got the chance to instantly get the break back. Well, darting deja vu. That's exactly what happened in the last leg. Acknowledged by Lex. Good sportsmanship between the two. And this one is going all the way. Is it going to be 5-3? Or is it going to be 4s each?
I think something else that's worth picking up on as well is the fact that the markers in there, also youngsters, and it's something that we've seen in the PDC, in particular on the women's series. Professional markers have just come in for the last block of events, and the changes that has made to the game, because the women were saying themselves it was something that they felt very anxious about. It's something that they didn't enjoy having to do themselves. So to see these young lads doing that from such an early stage and being in this environment, feeling comfortable doing it. Yes, we're focusing predominantly on the darts that are being thrown, but that's another incredibly important role and something that these youngsters are learning and a skill they're acquiring very early.
Absolutely, and they are quite daunting to use.
Yeah.
I've had to use one in a singles league we play in, and I was like, oh my god, don't mess this up.
Yeah, I crumbled.
Yeah, don't mess this up.
Yeah.
But of course, the kids with technology.
Well, yeah. My main concern was one wrong move and I have no idea how to rectify it.
Same.
Because I don't think we've got time to turn it off and back on again.
Yeah.
132.
Oh, he's missed a dart for a point. Can Lex take out the 1-4-2? This is interesting.
Absolutely sublime finish. Exquisite stuff from the Belgian, showing exactly why he is a world champion.
That was just so
Exquisite.
cool.
96.
I don't think I've seen anybody go that way before besides Mensa.
140.
Yeah, if Mensa can end up on double 14,
He will.
he is going to end up on double 14.
95.
I find it fascinating how trends change, because I've seen a lot
Yeah.
of players lately go 42-28 on 70 that never would have considered it before.
I just think that's something else Luke Littler's opened up as well, though, isn't it? That these funky routes just go
Well,
in.
he's the first player I've ever seen on 36 go 16 double 10. And I, what?
Yeah.
But he believes that, well, he doesn't believe, it's a fact that when he's on it, he just doesn't miss double 10s.
Well, I quite enjoyed the bull double 10 in
Yeah.
the World Championship final. Quite nice.
Nightmare to spot for.
Yeah, yeah. A bit like Brian Rahman.
Yeah. Yeah, I just get anxiety thinking about that. Well, it is Lex who will be back at tops to wrap up a very, very good win. He's been under it from pretty much the off.
Well, they really have been going blow for blow in this match, haven't they? Can he wrap it up on double 5? 3 match-winning opportunities have come and gone, and you could hear Archie Self there. He did not think that he was returning to the board.
No, I thought... Well, he would have thought his race was run, but finds tops to somehow squeeze out a draw. The result for both players. We're safely through to tomorrow. Pretty irrelevant, but what's important for both is to avoid defeat, and a very good average in the end from both players. When we come back, it will be Lewis taking on Tergel.
Right, really looking forward to this one. The final match of the third round of fixtures. And this boy here, well, he has produced some special stuff over the course of the day, hasn't he? His grouping has been fantastic. His scoring power in spells has been scintillating. What can he do here against Lewis Cook, who still has a job to do, Carl, to get himself into tomorrow's action?
Yeah, and a bit of Ian Dowie. We like the old cliche bounce back ability, and Lewis has done that so many times over the course of the JPL. And can he do it again's the big question, because he's playing a banging form player, as we know, with the JDC world #1 in Tergel. Tergel again, he's already done his work, he's already through, so is that going to bring a downturn in his performance? But Lewis is after a flyer, isn't he? And he needs to, you feel. A win for Lewis to put him on to 8 points as well. A defeat, and it's a big match against Ryan Branley coming up, which will be our penultimate match of the Saturday. I think
Yeah, there have been plenty of signs, haven't there, from Lewis today. It's just doing it consistently. That's been his main issue.
that first game, when he had that Mexican wave of... he missed opportunities, didn't he, early in that game, but he's bounced back. And we mentioned the all-important bullseye that he missed in that opening match, and he's hit 2 big bulls, hasn't he? That 1-2-6 and now that. So he certainly recovered the situation well when it's mattered on the bullseye.
Well, what a huge start that is for Lewis Cook. A 130 on the bull.
This is Lewis Cook at his best, chest puffed out, ready to mix it with the cream of the JDC. Defend his European crown next month in Ireland. Proud moment for him. We talk about players that have different targets throughout the year. Obviously, Lewis defending his crown. Jackie Boys earmarked his defence of his Super 16 crown. Ryan, of course, will want to win the JPL. They all want to win everything, of course, but they have the specific targets in mind, don't they? And one thing's for sure, the average of Tergel will certainly be rising.
121.
Yeah, it's a rarity that you're going to see it that low.
We talk about the pressure cooker of Jaden Walker. In his last match where they're both in the 60s with Ben, and Tergel with the pressure off. He's done his work, but for Lewis Cook, he needs to stamp all over this, because this form from Tergel's not going to last for very long.
Yeah, that brings its own pressure as well, though, doesn't it? Because when you are the opponent, you're going, right, he's going to kick into gear at some point. How healthy a lead am I going to have before that happens? Am I going to have a lead before that happens? And then you can start applying the pressure onto yourself.
You're kind of focusing on what the other player's doing rather than what you're doing yourself. And I'm normally bringing other people down to my level.
Yeah. Well, this could be, I was going to say, the start. He's just having to reset himself there.
It chose to split that with his angle of his darts towards the left-hand side of the board, perhaps, and his opponent on a 1-3-5. So board management, but you've got to take care of the first bit, haven't you? As Lewis Cook's bullseye's an extension of the arm right now.
Yeah, he's hitting it almost as frequently as Jan van Veen and Johnny Clayton, isn't he? It is 2-2 for a level game.
Well, you talk about the Johnny Clayton, how many times he has the opportunity and executes the 1-2-1. I mean, the back-to-back 140s in the ton, he does so often, doesn't he? And me and the lads, Jamie and Robbie, would talk about how good Tergel is with how straight of a dart he's got, and he's exactly the same. He leaves himself so many opportunities at 12 darters because of his straight throw. One important break that was for Lewis Cook.
Yep, doing everything he needs to at the moment.
Lewis was coming in today on 4 points, so if he can take 2 wins from 3, he'll be over the moon with that, and that's job done for Lewis. We could, I think, have a permutation where we could have 3 or 4 players on 8 points still, so it's fascinating, isn't it? We're going to readdress the table following this match and see what all of our players have to do.
Yeah, the leg difference could end up playing a really significant role. It's something we highlighted at the start of the day, isn't it? Because Jack Johnson was on -12 before a dart had been thrown today. We wondered how costly that could end up being, but he's had such a good day.
And of course, with him getting them wins,
Yeah.
and players that are moving in the other direction, they're going to be -4 or 5 in the other direction. With it's a 10-point swing, isn't it? This is a repeat of the semi-final of our very last advanced tour, in which Tergel came out a 5-0 winner. So Lewis Cook turning that form guide firmly on his head.
Yeah, and with 2.5 legs in, Lewis Cook is playing well. But I think we all expected more of this.
140.
Well, welcome to the party, Tergel.
3 legs. It's only took 3 legs. But again, for Lewis Cook, this has been business-like, hasn't it? 81 average. Coming back to get the job done within 6 visits and a 3-0 lead. He'd take this all day, wouldn't he? There we go.
Absolutely. And he has been so clinical at the back end of legs. 3 from 5.
46.
And limited his opponent to just those darts in leg 2.
And the heat inside our streaming area, and you think Tergel would be used to the climate, wouldn't you? He certainly handled it exceptionally well so far, barring these 3 legs.
Yeah, and as we said, we're not going to criticise too much when it's a long day of playing. There are going to be so many ebbs and flows over the course of it when your aims are changing,
81.
what you need to do is changing all the time. For Tergel now, it is focus on tomorrow. Just try and go into finals day with as much confidence as you possibly can.
And when we look at sort of World Cup and European groups, you know, like major championships, or you look at sort of the Grand Slam groups, for example, and you think, oh, we've got to win this group because if not, we've got so-and-so in the next, or a team. And I don't think any of these top 8 that make it will have an aspiration of, oh, I need to avoid this position. I think they're all going to be so confident in their heads that whichever position that they're in, they'll take on whoever they've got to take on, and if it's good enough on the day, fair play. But there's going to be no tactics involved, is there, or any thoughts about that? It's just a supreme confidence from all of our youngsters.
Yeah, because they all believe they can beat each other, and I all believe they can beat each other. because they can. It's that
I'm none the
close.
wiser who is going to be our winner tomorrow. The standard is so high, isn't it?
I can confirm it's not going to be you.
Well, I think 25, you know, so I could get ID'd for this for next year.
Hang on, did you say 25?
You've got to round down, haven't you? So I'm going 40. I'm going 40, not 45.
43.
I'm going bull, outer bull, add them together.
Flat tire on my paper round. The struggle is real.
Well, we were wondering when Tergel was going to turn up. It's still not at the level that he's been producing for much of the day, but it is much better. And he does get a leg on the board.
Yeah, not necessarily the eye-catching 11-12 data, but he's off the mark and a break and a hold, and he's back to 3-all. Lewis hold a throw and he gets the point, and in prime position for maximum points. And if you're a player at this stage of the tournament, you want it to be in your hands, don't you? See, Lewis has got Ryan Branley next.
Yep, he has indeed.
Again, Ryan's work is done, but he'll want to finish his day on a high. But the intensity is so difficult to, as we mentioned, to keep up, isn't it?
Yeah, and that'll be the penultimate match of the entire day. So by that point, well, Lewis will know exactly what the scenario is, because the final match of the session is Tergel against Self.
It's been a long wait for Ryan, hasn't he? Because he was in one of the earlier matches of our third bank of matches, so he want to get the job done and get back to his hotel.
Well, I imagine the wait for Lewis will feel like an eternity as he watches what those around him are doing.
At 140, he's put him in a great position to guarantee the point. Tergel's averages ramped up significantly from his early 55, but Lewis Cook will certainly be over the moon that he hasn't had the Tergel that's took him to the world #1 spot.
Yeah, and Lewis Cook has just gone about his business, hasn't he? He's done exactly what he's needed to. He's maintained his level pretty much from start to this point. Not really deviated too much from that level.
It's the old cliche, isn't it? He's played the board. He's not played his opponent. Sometimes it is good to play your opponent, I suppose, but shown great experiences, Lewis. We mentioned about Ben beating the likes of Ryan Branley, Lex Paeshuyse. Lewis Cook has also beaten Lex, potentially beaten Tergel here. He's winner on the Advanced Tour over the last few weeks, so he's coming into it in great form. European champion, and he sat down in 7th, 8th in the table, so strength in depth. Fascinating Sunday ahead.
And the thing is, they've all got such vast experience playing in really big occasions, and they've all shown today that even in these pressurised situations, they handle it so well. They deal with it admirably. So you don't really have concerns for any of them heading into tomorrow that the occasion's going to get to them or it's going to be too much for them.
Absolutely, and we've saw tabletop and Jack Nankervis slow starter, but his recovery, beautiful 1-4-1, coming back in games, showing his mettle. There's positives to take from every player that's going into tomorrow, isn't there? Whether it be comebacks, whether it be emphatic wins, whether it be big averages. And I think that's what makes them so good, because they are able to take the positives from it rather than dwell on anything.
45. 92.
Bit like the girls when 6 became 4, was a shame to lose Yasmin Rukhavad and Lily Wheeler, and it'll be disappointing to lose our 2 here, but tomorrow
100.
the Elite 8 will clash.
He's presented Lewis with a match-winning opportunity for a vital couple of points.
It's that bullseye again, isn't it?
His dart's drawn to it. But he's not going to get another look at the back end of this leg. He does have the throw in this one, though.
And if ever there was a performance where we're talking football terms, where the players are on the beach, the early stages of this match, Tergel would have, you'd class as being on the beach heading into tomorrow. But I don't know, he's wafting off his beach towel, isn't he? And he's fancying a draw from this now, perhaps.
53.
Yeah, he's put 15, almost 20 points on his average, hasn't he, from the start of this one.
And that can fluctuate fairly quick in the early exchanges, but after 6 legs to have done that, he's probably had to be thrown in the excess of 85 plus to get up to that, hasn't he?
But again, he just makes it look so simple. It doesn't feel like he's done anything spectacular in order to do that.
46.
That 98 average that he performed on week 5 was an eye-catching performance, but as we say, Mitchell Lawrie's produced some fantastic darts. He's mid-table. You know, so many permutations, isn't there, that going into tomorrow, and be interesting to see the outcome of the draw one on the back of our last 5 matches coming up after this short break.
40.
It looks like we're heading the distance once again.
Well, you say that, but Lewis Cook will still fancy his chances of getting the job done in this leg.
60.
They're not badly thrown darts, are they? To only come away with 60.
Great switch there from Tergel.
130.
Superb cover shooting. Six darts if required. Will Lewis be on 7 or 8 points after this match?
70.
Not within striking distance to punish that miss.
97.
But does take a chunk off his score if Tergel can't take care of double 5. Another match-winning opportunity arises for Cook.
For the match and 2 points.
We could see how much that meant to him, couldn't you? A huge exhale before that dart at tops. Will he be back? Nervously watching on. And he does return. He's got 3 more at tops. He wasn't expecting these opportunities.
He's usually unbelievable up tops. Not very often you see Lewis take his time like this. He knows the importance of it.
Well, you could hear that one clatter the wire, couldn't you? So significant. Surely he's not going to return again. Surely he's going to be punished this time, and he is. How on earth must Lewis Cook be feeling now? All of those match-winning opportunities have passed him by. Is he going to get any more?
Well, this is where the real acid test in terms of mentality, because Lewis Cook is a fighter and he's got to show it once again here. Window white, blank all that out. But Tergel's just the man to rattle in a 140 or 180 just to close the door on it. It's good of a 140, isn't it? That 137. Yeah, Tergel more than capable here of a 15 dart leg and saying throw 12 if you're going to beat us. 4-1 down. And somehow we're heading towards the draw.
Yeah, Cook just hasn't been able to clear that last leg from his mind, it would seem.
And if you're Lewis coming into this match, is a point, would you have snapped your hand off? It still gives him a shot going into the last match, but from 4-1 you would have certainly hoped for better, wouldn't you?
Yeah, from 4-1, but you'd not be devastated before the match, would you, if you go, right, you're going to take a point from that one. But with everything that's unfolded,
Absolutely.
It's a completely different story. But it does make his last match even more intriguing. He's got the towel over his head. He can't believe what has unfolded.
This is usually as well where you throw in a 140 or 180 and say, where was that when I needed it? So many darts on the wire for Lewis, hasn't there been, over the last few legs? But for the point, Tergel Kularelku of Mongolia gets the point. He keeps his scoreboard ticking. Lewis Cook also moves up to 7 points. A fascinating 5 games. The final bank of 5. Our JPL action on this Super Saturday. It's Jack Johnson and Ben Townley that'll get that 5 matches underway. Stay with us after this short break.
Good afternoon and welcome back to this JPL Super Saturday as we enter our final 5 matches. And over the course of these next final 5 matches, we will of course know our 8 quarter-finalists for tomorrow. 2 will be eliminated. Let's have a quick look at the table. And as you can see, at the moment, Jack Johnson potentially on the verge. He needs a win, of course, in his final match, and then possibly may have to rely on other results. But firmly at the top and qualified are Ryan, Jack, Archie and Mitchell and Tergel, of course. So there is still a couple of permutations available, Carl.
Yeah, so -7 in terms of leg difference between the two. So does that make a 5-2 victory for Jackie Boy to turn that one around? Ben just needs to get 3 legs and he's safely through.
Yep.
And that's again like where we talk about defending leads, whether it be in terms of the leg or the match. But it's a difficult one for Ben. It has been all day, hasn't it? No, he's not been safe, but he got that all-important win on the last one. And for Jack Johnson, it's been a brilliant turnaround from him being on 2 points and to put himself in with a shout of doing this. So sit back and enjoy this one, everybody.
Yeah, and Ben, his opponent, he's on -5.
Yeah, Ben did get that 5-3 victory over Ryan Branley, but a lot of his games have been 5-0s either ways. So it's an intriguing contest we've got here, because we know that Jackie Boy's been on fire today and he knows what he's got to do, no doubt. So, and for Ben, hopefully we'll see him relaxed now that he's got the win, and we'll see the best out of our man from St Helens.
Yes, it was a fascinating match last time out for Ben, wasn't it, against Jade, and he was, well, I don't think the scoreline was really how the game played out. Both really found it difficult in there. But Jack, he's been playing very, very well today. And this match will, well, you would think, hold no fears.
With the darts in the first leg and potentially I mean, again, there's so much can go on, but a hold, a break and a hold and 3-0 and suddenly your 5-2's looking very possible, isn't it? But
yeah.
He's up against one of the finest players around at junior level in Ben Townley.
Yeah, and last time out, getting that win with an average in the 60s, I'm sure Jack looked at that and thought, well, if you play like that against me, pal, I'll get the legs I need.
And from the very first leg, Jackie Boy's came out the traps, hasn't he? And he's looked menacing, hasn't he, in terms of what he knows he's got to do today. And
well, I like that attitude. I like the fact that he has come out and he's turned up with purpose today, hasn't he? He knows what he's up against. He knows what he's got to produce. He knows what he can produce.
And I think that's what's been, again, pleasing, because despite not getting the results early in the JPL, he's then carried that form into the weekend, a bit like Mitchell Lawrie at times when he could have had wins and draws, and then he's blanked that out, and he's came good on the Saturday and Sunday. But
double 18. Oh, what a finish. A 150 out.
We talk about Jaden Walker's 145, but Jack Johnson's 151 in the Super 16, and that 150 is equally as classy, isn't it?
Yeah, that was a super shot. He has gone close on a few ton plus outs today, but that one was beautiful.
Lewis Cooker's got a bit of a wait to find out. Well, he's got 4th game on, isn't he, out of the 5 to see, but at least he'll know what he's got to do.
Well, it'll be in his hands, won't it? That's all you can ask for in these scenarios and situations is, right, if I win, that's all I can do.
But when we talk about coming here with purpose today with Jack Johnson, he's got that air of that Super 16 final, hasn't he? And that that drive to succeed.
He's on it today. Down to a 141.
When you know every game is vitally important, that's what we've had from Jackie Boy, isn't it? Whereas the other players have known that they're safely through. So for Jackie Boy, it's kind of a win-or-go-home scenario from the get-go, hasn't it?
Yeah, he was aware of what potentially his task was. And again, he keeps doing that. Something you need to have a look at. Maybe go high on the double 16 with dart 1. Sort of look at the top portion of the double. But he will be back.
Yeah, there's not many that's handled the heat of Coventry better than Jackie Boy has today.
Well, Ben already toweling himself down. Oh, this is good.
Jockey-like stature. we like a bit of jockey at the yockey.
It's got a better throw than jockey.
Yeah, there's no chizzy snatch in there like jockey, is there?
You have a look at Ben at the moment. Again, in and around the 60s. That's going to make things really tough when you're up against an opponent who's comfortably in the mid-80s. This is better from Ben.
When he finds that first dart, it's Rolls Royce, isn't it?
Important last start for Jack. Gets him down to a finish. And again, very much like the 150 he took out in leg 1. Well, I was going to say a two treble to double, but he's gone treble, double, double, which is, well, the route nowadays.
And again, we talk about consistency with Ben. It's 2 treble scoreline to put him in the hunt for an instant break back, and then 2 blobs of a visit.
And he's found his doubles again. 17 dart, hold, 3-0 to the good.
And when we talk about the transfer of leg difference, and we said the 5-2 earmark for Jackie Boy, and that 1 break and 2 holds, and he's got that 3 in the league that we spoke about. Still plenty to do, of course, with Ben's darts here, but he's put himself in a great position as Jackie Boy. And for Ben, he's got to dig in.
Certainly did with dart 3.
You feel for Ben, he's just got to get a leg on the board, hasn't he? And he's in the match.
Well, Jack won't want to be doing overtime here, and if he can force a break or throw, he'll be throwing for it. All he needs to do is just find that treble every turn. And that'll get him in and amongst it, certainly in this leg. Unlucky.
Yeah, he's really fancying the job now, isn't he? Is Jack Johnson.
No, oh, he has left himself 160. That's a bad time to find one of those.
Will be back, of course, but was hoping to leave it handier than 105.
Ooh, this is better. 135 to leave 54. Unless Ben can take out the 105. He's gone ball and found it. Single 15 leaves tops.
We've seen a timely 115 from him, haven't we? That was almost a timely 105, but the door's been slammed. 4-0 Jack Johnson. and with the darts in leg number 5. This has been impressive from our Super 16 champion.
Well, at times, the finishing has been clinical.
As he edges closer to Sunday, and then it's down to Ben Townley, who will potentially have to wait for his fate to see if 8 points is enough.
Well, now he's playing with a bit of freedom, and what does he find? His first max.
I think that's what's been a bit of a shock today, because when Ben finds that first dart, it just looks so open for that 180, and he hasn't been consistent enough, has he, today? But has that one win been enough? Lewis Cook against Ryan Branley, 4th game on. The JPL, just like the JDC Advanced Tour, going to the very wire.
Yeah, I love that switch. Leaves himself a very doable 1-2-4, and he can bookend this match with 2 brilliant finishes.
It was a stunning 150 take at the start of the match, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh dear. That was not what he wanted. 66 left. Well, he's left it just in case.
Will we see a bit of 18, double 18 for Ben, or is he... He's undecided, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's just still counting up the shot before, but yeah, 18 for double, long way off dart 2. Very nearly finds it with his final visit.
There it is, a whitewash for Jackie Boy. Jack Johnson, an impressive 5-0 winner over Ben Townley. For Ben, he'll have to wait and find out his fate. Drama here in Coventry. We'll move on to game 2, which is game 17 of 20 today. Abby and Chris will be with you very shortly. Jack Nankervis against Jaden Walker.
Good afternoon, welcome back. Jack Nankervis up against Jaden Walker, who Abby is, well, so observant. He's noticed we've got a change of shirt. He's gone all MVG on us.
Yeah, but like we were just saying, MVG's now ditched that, so yeah. He's seen that there's a market there.
Yeah.
Gonna make it his own. Of course, Jaden Walker now knows that he won't be competing in finals day tomorrow. So this is final game of this year's Junior Power League, but there's no doubting his quality, his ability, and what he's going to go on and achieve in this game.
Yeah, he's worked super hard today, hasn't he? And just got very little reward. And that's sometimes the horrible nature of our sport, that you can play well and work hard and try and give it everything, and it still don't give you nothing back. And it's just one of those today. Other days you can underperform and get the results. That's, again, just the fine margins and the nature of sport.
Well, in some ways, that's kind of been Jack's day up to this point,
Yep.
because he still managed to pick up 2 points today, and a lot of that has been down to how his opponents have played.
And that's where you get a bit of good fortune in darts. You know, it's out of your hands sometimes.
And it always seems to happen, doesn't it, when you're at the top of the table?
Yes.
Never when you're fighting it out and you're desperate to get yourself into contention. But that's a lovely 14 dart start, and that is why we were saying that Jack hadn't been playing to his potential so far today, because we haven't seen a great deal of that, and that is what we've come to expect from him.
Yeah, and that's what he has in the locker,
Yeah.
and that's what he does a lot of the time. And you know, and again, some days you just and it's hard to explain. You can be in that practice room, fill $1 million, and go out there and play like lemonade. There's no rhyme or reason to it. And then some days you can be in the practice room, feel terrible, don't feel like you're playing very well, walk on stage and play like a hero. I mean, look at Rob Cross against Danny Lowby last night. 150 to 1, that was 6-0 for Danny Lowby, who's been struggling himself so much of late.
But this is much more like it. Jaden more than played his part at the start of this one. Like, we knew it was going to be rapid, however it went. We expected it to be pacey. And that was incredibly close.
Looked in from my angle. Only pretty good on double 6. He's certainly okay on double 3. Richard Ashdown's favourite double for obvious reasons. Just correcting the scores from his previous visit.
And when you watch Jaden throw, is there anything that you feel needs to evolve? Anything you feel needs to develop? Because there will, I assume, be changes. He is still so young.
Yeah, I just think the throw will soften slightly.
Yeah.
It won't need to be as aggressive,
Yeah.
of course, because he'll have that
Height.
height advantage at some point.
But he's certainly doing a lot right.
I think that's why we've had so many good Dutch youngsters
Yeah.
over the years, because the tallest nation in the world,
Yeah.
you go over there and you look at the sort of 14, 15-year-old lads, and they're all around 5'11", 6 foot. Oh, beautiful. And in the blink of an eye, 15 darter at 116 out. That's a 2-1 lead.
Well, you could watch a game like this all day, couldn't you? And Jack Nankervis, who we said hadn't been producing his best today, saving his best until last. What a boost this is going to be heading into tomorrow.
Well, this would be perfect, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That's a perfect kind of performance to go into tomorrow after what will have been for him a disappointing day. You only remember your last match.
Yeah.
Blasphemy on a Saturday. Who knew? So it's just about got his nose in front, but he's lost his throw pretty much now. Great thinking, great math from Jack. Can go ball, can go treble 18. Opted for the flashy ball.
This is clinical, isn't it? This is superb at the moment.
Has he missed a double yet?
No, I don't believe he has.
No, I don't think he has. That is the breaker throw, averaging in excess of 90.
So from what you've seen so far today, I know it's difficult because tomorrow's going to be knockout. It's going to be completely different. But who would you say is your one to watch at the moment heading into finals day?
I think Tergel looks the most reliable. I think Mitchell looks the most explosive. And I think Ryan looks the most comfortable.
Splinters, not giving me one answer.
No, I gave you 3. I'm a giver, look. Just give.
I'm surprised you stopped at 3. You
Well,
just
yeah,
didn't give me 8.
Oh yeah, there was 5 more. Hang on. Give me time.
I'm quite disappointed with such an extensive list that you didn't put me in there.
Well, when we preview it properly, we're back on air at 12 p.m. tomorrow.
Yep.
I'll give you my pick.
And it won't be a nose pick.
No.
Well, there he has missed 2 at double.
Well, he's bound to after I mention it. I think Jaden's acknowledging that, going, "Oh right, you do miss."
But not for long. It is a 4-1 lead.
Yeah, rock solid performance this from Jack, and just what he needed on a day like today when everything has been very, very tough going for him.
Yeah, exactly that. Nothing's come easy for him, has it?
No.
In his opening 3 games. Again, a sign of his character and testament that he sees the importance. Yes, I've qualified, but I want to end the day on a high to go into tomorrow. Well, that would have been pretty special, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he fancied
He
that
did.
as well. Double 13.
I just love that there's absolutely no looking at what the opponent's on.
No.
If I'm on a finish, I'm going for it.
Absolutely. 6 for double 10. He's gone all Littler on us.
Well, changes MO.
And gets it done. Another 17 darter. The 2 legs he won have both been done in 17, but this is the big one because it's against the arrows. Just picking up one loose dart per turn at the moment, and it's beginning to frustrate him a little.
Yeah, it's kind of been the story of his day, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's just getting that control, and there's a lot going on with that throw, and everything's got to be timed perfectly. Down to 84. Ooh, it was double 11. The treble 14 was found. We'll need a treble, a single. Ooh, very nearly got the double to keep this one alive.
But to wrap it up and to get his first win of the day, that's exactly what Jack Nankervis does to head into finals day as one of the favourites to go all the way. It's not been plain sailing for him over the course of this afternoon here in Coventry, but he signs off with a victory. He'll return tomorrow. We still have 3 more matches to bring you today, and there is still plenty to be decided. Next up, as you can see, it is Lex against Michelle.
Welcome back, folks. A very relaxed match 18. 2 players who know that they're safely through to Sunday, but 2 big rivals have reopposed each other at the business end of the Advanced Tour of recent times, and it's another fascinating head-to-head contest. Both have had their successes, and both will want to go into tomorrow knowing that the knockout phase, they've had a recent win over their opponent in their heads. Abby, your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, very, very exciting, isn't it? This one. Both players have shown incredibly strong signs. Change of shirt for Mitchell as well, coming into this one.
Well,
clearly the done thing. Good to see that you've changed into your finest sparkly outfit for the final round of matches as well.
I can do the MVG celebration.
Go on then. Oh, that was it. Right, okay, right. Sorry, I didn't realise.
From the seated, unsupported position.
But yeah, for Mitchell, we've already highlighted it. He has pretty much everything in his locker, doesn't he? The only thing that we want to see changing slightly is just reining in those emotions slightly. We want to see emotions up there. We want to see personality, but not when it's detrimental to your own game, which at times today I think it has been.
I think as over the course of the 2025 campaign, in particular the JPL, I think the last few rounds of events, I think it's an area of his game. It is an area of your game, isn't it? I think it's something that he's worked on really hard, and I think we have seen big improvements on. So hopefully that'll continue in the right direction, because it's certainly shown in his darts, isn't it? If you can just get another 5 or 10% out of that. But again, you take the Wayne Rooney out of somebody. Because he's got the game, hasn't he?
Yeah, couldn't force his way through to tops, though. It was a difficult path. 5-5 now for Lex.
And going into the knockout phase tomorrow, I think this will really suit Lex, you know. So everybody, we're talking about all of the 10 players potentials, haven't we? But Lex, I think it'll be one of the front runners in terms of he'll be comfortable with the knockout phase and the experience he's got, being the World Open champion, World Masters champion, and of course the JDC World champion at such a young age. It's all happened so fast for him, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has indeed. And on the shirt swaps for Mitchell and Jaden, had a message from Lorraine Winstanley, who has of course worked with both of these, saying that they're well trained wearing their Elite One shirts. Lorraine, of course, heading back to Blackpool for the women's match play.
Yeah, when you get the likes of Lorraine, who sort of mentors, and Daryl Fitton's been up here plenty of times, and he's got the youngsters that he keeps an eye on. It's great to see the experienced hands sort of giving a lot back to the game, isn't it?
Yeah, and managing to juggle that with still being elite players.
Absolutely, and we mentioned the girls, and we've got the girls tomorrow, haven't we? Semi-finals and finals. Ruby Gray's in terrific form.
Paige Paulin deserves all the plaudits, doesn't she? Doesn't really need much of an introduction.
7 out of 8 tour wins. Becca Allen's coming into this in fine form. She's been successful over in Ireland during the final round of fixtures of the JPL, where she'd played 2 matches when Paige Paulin was away. We'll touch on her success over in Ireland tomorrow. And again, it's not just the trebling that's eye-catching for Mitchell Lawrie. He's really been pinpoint, hasn't he, on pinpoint accuracy on his doubles. And one worry, it is not so much a worry, but Lex has been slow starting in a lot of his games, I feel, on the JPL. And I think that's got to change tomorrow, because I think that the players that are going to be out in front are going to be hard to dislodge. So for all of our players, it's going to be a case of get out the traps quick. Because one of the best front runners around is Mitchell Lawrie.
Yeah, we've seen him falter a couple of times when he's raced into a lead today, but
played in a quarter-final recently where Lex Paeshuyse won 4-0, 91.09 average, 90.5 for Mitchell Lawrie, getting whitewashed 90 average, as you do.
Tough school.
Mitchell won 2-19 against Lex Paeshuyse in the final, 6-1. 88.75 average to Lex's pretty much 80. In a quarter-final, this was the big one. Mitchell Lawrie coming out 4-1 against Lex Paeshuyse, and that was a 96.92 average and a 97.5 for Lex.
Well, the best leg of the match so far, a 14-darter, and it's a 3-0 lead. And we talk about putting a bit of a marker down going into finals day, and that's exactly what Mitchell Lawrie's looking to do here.
Wee Socks is on fire, isn't he?
Well, it was all fun and games between these two before the match got underway. I don't think Lex is finding this very funny at the moment.
I think Lex is looking forward to his traditional Saturday night pizza. Getting his carbs in ready for Sunday. We mentioned them 3 matches that have been high standard in terms of the averages, as you'd expect from these two, but they've been one-sided affairs, haven't they? Whoever's won them has kind of run away with things, and it's been a bit of the same so far here, hasn't it?
Yeah, and it looks like it could continue that way unless Lex, not going to go now, could have reeled in the big fish.
Another example of, we're not going to see it obviously on this visit, but one of the best unorthodox finishes around is Mitchell Lawrie. He just goes for whatever he feels like, and the amount of times he strikes gold with it is fantastic.
Yeah, back-to-back 14 dart legs for him as well.
Yeah, he's really putting our JDC world champion to the sword here, isn't he?
Well, he is in control of every aspect of his game now. It is all working perfectly for him. Averaging north of a ton.
Familiar territory of recent times for Mitchell Lawrie. The final match of 4 for him. That 7.5 hour drive certainly hasn't exhausted too much of his energies by the looks of things.
57.
I'm surprised he's allowed to wear green in his being a big Rangers fan.
100.
What a way to wrap it up this would be. Not going to happen, but it would have been a fitting conclusion.
44.
Is there another colour that he can get away with to say it's not green, a bit like salmon and pink?
Well, what a spectacular way to extend this match. A 1-4-6. He's been limited to so few opportunities in this match, Lex.
100.
The 1-4-2 in the last match. From Lex as well, was it? And the fist pump there was showing great sportsmanship between the pair. Great respect for each other, as all of our JDC Advanced Tour players and girls have got for each other.
You could see it was almost like Mitchell before
He had his
threw
hand
that
out, didn't
dart.
he?
He kind of wanted it to go, didn't he? And Paeshuyse delivered.
Oh, yes.
78.
And that troublous visit opens the door here for Lex. And he stamps all over it, doesn't he? Still game on here. Our final match of our pairing. 2 matches to come, of course.
105.
Going to try and run through the permutations and the possible or finalised quarter-final positions when we get chance.
185. 58.
So Mitchell has 6 from 157 if he needs them.
117.
We mentioned permutations, we mentioned possibilities we could do with Woody Hughes actually doing the scoring there. What a calculator he is. To wrap things up. How close were them?
He can't believe it. I can't believe it. I don't think anyone can believe that he has not managed to find tops there.
Even Lex sees the funny side of it, doesn't he?
Unbelievable.
38.
But he's going to get 3 more darts to wrap this one up. It has been a fabulous display. And he does get the job done. Marvellous from Mitchell, who we will see in action. We'll see both of these players in action tomorrow, of course. But it is Mitchell Lawrie who signs off and heads into finals day with that confidence-boosting 5-1 victory. An average in excess of 92, almost 93. It was higher for the best part of the match. Dropped a little towards the end, but very, very good signs heading into finals day. Next up, as you can see, we have Ryan Branley taking on Lewis Cook.
Welcome back to the action, folks. Our penultimate match is what's been an exhilarating inaugural JPL of regular season fixtures. Our 19th game of the day. And our 9th fixture for these guys who have just fist pumped each other. Best of luck, lads, in this one. Ryan Branley, if he wins, goes top of the regular season. Lewis Cook needs to win and win well if he's going to be in our Sunday action tomorrow.
Yeah, needs to win big. And Ryan just looked a little bit flat last time out. But he's had a bit of a break, so he's had the opportunity just to refresh and go again. And just try and sharpen things up. But in fairness to Lewis, he's got better and better and better.
This could be a mouth-watering encounter. Exchanging 180s.
That's what we love to see. Should be ball.
Never missed that ball since that opening leg, or that second leg in match number 1. But despite being on 145 after 9, his opponent's on 47 after 12. The standard of the JPL, the standard of our England international, Ryan Branley.
Ooh, 2 big numbers missed.
We saw that a few times from Jackie Boy, didn't we, on the Big 7.
Oh, and he's bust by it in the treble 7 instead of the single. It's all happening.
So despite all that, they still had 5 visits, and there are such as the scoring power.
Still only a 16 darter after all of those trials and tribulations.
One thing we've established from that opening leg, I think they both mean business here, and of course, rightly so. But they're bringing out the best of each other, which is great to see. Mention as well for Ryan is the disappointment of not finishing top after leading for so long, but one of the 3 qualifiers he was to get his development tour sponsorship by the JDC, and that's going to be a big help next year for him when you consider that as well, isn't it?
It's a lot of travelling, it's a lot of expense, a lot of hotels and travel to pay for, so it will take a big bit of that pressure off.
I believe Archie Self and Mason Tees are the other 2 that's done that. Nico Bado unfortunately missing out on that, but a great season he has had.
100.
We miss you, Nico. We want to see you soon. Box office is our Gibraltarian, isn't he?
You see a couple of box office finishes here. Starting with the 1-2-4, and well and truly, commentator cursed that one. We've had a 170. We've seen a few goes today at this.
Great attempt, wasn't it?
Yeah, annoyingly, just took a bit of a bump off the first dart, but he found the ball. So he has left tops if he gets a go.
Talk about height and restrictions there, and the angle of the dart. It was always going to be difficult for Lewis, wasn't it, to find the mark?
Well, yeah, because he's having to, if you're a bit taller, you can just drop him over the top of 2 darts like that. But
chance for Cook here to level things unexpectedly, to keep us on throw. Important darts coming in. 5-5. Brilliant last dart. Are you a fan of acknowledging when you maybe nicked a leg?
Yeah, I always tend to just sort of. It's not really apologising. It's just acknowledging you've been a bit
fortunate. I understand that. Yeah.
I just think it's you recognise what's happened there, and you got away with one.
I think it's
But don't say sorry for winning the leg.
a few people do say sorry. That's why. I think that's what I'm getting at. But so you're absolutely right. It's a respect thing, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit like, if someone takes out a 9 and you give them a fist bump again, it's just acknowledgement.
134.
This is really good. Both players seem right up for this one.
You see the players on getting the 9 now. They don't even celebrate half the time, do they?
No.
Was it Dean Winstanley that when we're talking about the Winstanleys?
Yeah, that was amazing.
Amazing, wasn't it?
Alan Norris's one down at Minehead was the funniest one. I was talking about it. He was back at the players' apartments, led on the sofa watching the darts. And I said, well, Alan will be chuffed to bits with that. That's a £35,000 bonus. And he nearly fell off the sofa, and he's texted me straight away. Is that right? He didn't know.
Of course, nowhere near in the regions of when you were on the Winter Garden stage with Phil.
100 grand, that was.
100 grand.
But they did used to have a rollover thing. I think it was 5,000 per tournament, and there hadn't been one for a while. And now Alan hit one in the. I think it was the UK. Yeah, I think it was the UK Open.
And who was it? Was our Latvian friend who dropped his dart and got back up and on the Pro Tour, and he managed to secure dropped his 9th dart, didn't he?
Yeah, I think that was Madars, wasn't it?
Madars Razma, yeah. Did a Gezi Price and dropped his dart and picked it up and nailed it.
Well, Madars it 2 on a same weekend, and totally different ways.
Again, when you talk about the structure, and he's came through the ranks, hasn't he, through the BDO format or the WDF format, and he's battled his way to where he's got to, hasn't he? It hasn't happened overnight for him.
Not been easy for him. Recently had a house fire as well, so that's a bit of a tragedy.
When you look at the players, like you say, the durability, and I think that's what you need, and these youngsters we'll find out who's got the durability.
Clean finish, break of throw. Well, it's not particularly pretty, but it's certainly effective.
All we need is a Ben Townley cam, don't we, to see...
Yeah, he'll be going through the ringer, of course. He'll be cheering Ryan on here.
And if you're Jack Nankervis, he'll be hoping that he can secure a top spot, so he'll be cheering Lewis on.
54.
Don't think there's an incentive for finishing top, is there, financially? But
No, just the fact that you're the number 1 seed, which means you'll play the 8th seed in the opening match.
100.
Or in that particular opening match. I'm not sure if they're going to do it in that order yet.
I'm all for the idea as well as they both start on equal terms, where there's not been a playoff game where a player has an advantage of already playing before the top seed comes into it.
Yeah, I think the structure of this is pretty perfect.
98.
So tops to break back instantly, and that's a super leg of darts for Ryan. 13 dart break of throw.
Instant response and making an 87 average look fairly ordinary. He's going to be a real force tomorrow, isn't he, as Branners?
Oh, he's certainly one on the short list.
131.
He was in your 3, wasn't he, Chris?
He was.
99.
And there's something quite calm about him. He's a very measured thrower. His second of this type. What a time to get it.
facing another breaker throw in the match. His momentum ebbs and flows. Has Lewis got a hold break to secure his Sunday spot?
Well,
or is 5-3 potentially good enough?
We're not. Well, we won't know, will we? We're trying to do it on the fly. But I thought when we initially looked 5-2 was the scoreline, and well, a response of 12 darts and a 130 out and a 180 in the leg. He just wants 2 more of those.
Our European champion taking on our Luke Littler Legacy Open champion, wasn't he? Mentioned Gibraltar, he'd be defending his title for that in November.
100.
I think that's on the Tuesday of the...
Yeah, because they're out there for pretty much a week, aren't they?
I think the competition runs Monday through to Friday, yeah.
Yeah.
Mentioned with Mitchell Lawrie, Scotland's going to be a big force. Team Mongolia are going to be very strong. Speaking to Oggy, who comes over with Tergel, and he says there's a second player coming over to play on the advanced tour or to go through qualifying school to try and join Tergel next year.
Yeah, it must be tough for him, because I wouldn't have thought a flight from Mongolia to here would be particularly cheap.
Yeah, they've been based over in the UK, I think, for about 4 weeks now, so since prior to the last JPL evening. And I think that's shown in his form, hasn't it? The fact that he's had a bit of a...
Well, he'd have been playing, no doubt, in all the ADC stuff, the vaults, and anything else he can manage to...
Yeah, he's been kept busy, I believe. And from here, I think him and Oggy's off to Korea for a big tournament over in Asia. Clocking up his air miles at such a young age, isn't he?
70.
When they went to the English Open, he was showing us photographs of they were camping out because there was, I think there was limited vacancies on site, so they had to improvise on the spot kind of thing. Glastonbury's just around the corner, they didn't look out of place.
But bit of a flyer, that. Double 16. Very, very close indeed. And that not going in could well signal the end for young Lewis. Ooh, now then. Now this gets a bit interesting.
How was your minerals, boy? Very unlucky. There's nothing wrong with them darts, was there?
So unlucky.
Nothing wrong at all with that. Great attempt. But back comes Branley for 3-3. And to keep his table-topping dreams alive. Still think a draw for Ryan would secure top spot, but he wants the win, doesn't he?
Right, now, if we watch Lewis, which we'll have to wait for Ryan to throw, he does this very, well, I was going to say individual thing, but someone else does it, and I can't for the life of me remember who it is, but you watch what he does with his hands and his darts. That little cupping thing.
Oh, it's going to bug me now, that.
84.
See if we can get it before the end of today's play.
180.
Again, the timing of Ryan Branley with the maximums and the 140s. And of course the 137s.
56.
We get Kirk Bevins screaming out the 177s louder than the 180s, don't we? It's great.
Yep.
I think the WDF officials, they have a competition to see who can call out the most by the end of the week.
70.
So 136 for 4-3 and guarantee at least a point.
96.
Possibly guarantee going into tomorrow's quarterfinals as the number 1 seed.
100. Game shot.
He's been clinical on that tops when it's mattered, hasn't he, Ryan?
Yeah, it's just another really solid performance that he makes look pretty easy.
It's repetition and the weight of throw just goes in beautiful, doesn't it? We mentioned about official and Woody, of course, doing a great job. A shout out On the Yockey, which is the youth dart show on Spotify, and it's hosted by Joe Wheeler. Of course, does great work with our kids. And with Lola and Lily, of course, play on the girls' tour. Lily was in the JPL as a qualifier, and Lola in the top 10 as well. She had a great climax to her girls' tour. And of course, Woody is involved in
85.
in all the action. So check that out, the Darts podcast for the youth.
Have you got an address for that? A web address? Or
I haven't, but I'm going to get you one.
okay.
96.
It's on Spotify and it's On the Yockey.
There you go. Is it not on YouTube as well now?
I'll find out for you.
I'm going to be doing a lot of finding out. So all he wants here is to see a 140, which is going to be very difficult from here.
I mean, you nickname the Mirror Man, I'll look into it.
121.
Can't say I blame him. You think this match pretty much hinged on those 3 darts that were right on the wire of double 8.
They were extremely close, weren't they? And the checkout as well before that, wasn't it? Has he got it?
Close.
Sod's law when the second one goes in as well, isn't it?
70.
70.
So 9 for double 8. Double 4.
To wrap up the points, to secure top spot in our JPL heading into finals day.
21.
Well, Lewis can't believe it. He's thinking, so why have you done this the leg before? My dreams could have still been alive, and as it is, ends up with a point. Probably deserved at least that in that one, but it is 4-4 in the end. Good averages for both players. 86.51 for Ryan. Lewis Cook, 80.83. Next matchup is Tergel up against Archie.
Welcome back, folks. Here in Coventry, our final match of the JPL regular season. Match 20 of 20 today. Hope you've enjoyed it as much as me, Chris and Abby have, and of course all of the team. Super Sunday looms. Semi-finals and final for our girls. Quarter-finals, semi-finals and finals for our boys. A win here for Tergel will see him leapfrog Archie in the table. A win for Archie will see him leapfrog Mitchell in the table.
81 is
Oh, sorry.
We'll try and get you some fixed positions if we have any. Top V8, so that draw for Ryan should see him on leg difference move above Jack Nankervis at the top. In 8th place looks like it is Ben Townley, so we've got Ryan Branley against Ben Townley, and it was Ben who came out the winner of the regular season with that 5-3, so a fascinating encounter in that one. 2nd place looks secure for Jack Nankervis. On leg difference over Archie, so 2nd against 7th, so is that Jack Johnson taking on Jack Nankervis?
Yeah, that should be the case, but we do now know our 8 players in the lineup. And incredible when you think Jack Johnson, foot of the table before we went on air at 11 o'clock this morning, and he has found his way into the 8-man field.
Jackie boy, of course, in our opening match of that tremendous run today, defeated top spot at the time, Jack Nankervis. So fascinating matches that we've just mentioned there between top and 8th and 2nd and 7th.
This one is going along at a very nice pace.
Sandwiched in between all that, we've got a JDC World Champion, a JDC World Number 1. We've got a former JDC World Number 1 and as well as a WDF Champion who's throwing right now. And an on-fire Scot, Mitchell Lawrie. Can I have 7 or 8 picks? If I had 7, if I had 7 picks, the way my form is lately, I'd probably get it wrong anyway.
Well, there's so much to like about each and every one of them, but it's only going to be one winner. Don't forget, we've got the girls' finals tomorrow as well.
Again, all 4 players coming into it in terrific form. Two dominant forces has been Paige Paulin and Becca Allen, but Ruby Gray has had the better of Becca Allen in one of the matches when Becca played 2 matches, and Lexi got a draw against Paige Paulin on the final round of fixtures. So it's going to be a fascinating day, a finals day on Sunday for the JPL.
Yeah, and a brilliant max there for Tergel.
12 o'clock start. Chris, it's like the clock's going forward or back, isn't it?
And backs up the max with a 1-2-5. Has complete control of this leg right now. He's in again. Possibility of a 10 dart leg, 180, 125, 180, double 8 left after 9.
Almost our lowest number of darts to win a leg of the day, wasn't it? We said we've had 11 data from Tergel already.
Yeah, but a couple of 11s today.
And from 4-1 down in his previous match where we said he wasn't at the races, it's been a gradual rise of form once again for Tergel, isn't it? And he'll want to carry some good form going into tomorrow in his head.
Well, solid leg anyway. 13 darter, 2-1 up. Both players averaging 94.54 for Archie, 94 exactly for Tergel.
And a bit like Mitchell, when Archie's starts are going well, they have a zip to them, don't they? And he's got that zip today, hasn't he, as Archie?
Yeah, he's looked very, very good.
There it is again, the zip.
Yeah, he does that thing James Wade used to do. He just sort of climbs up on his toes upon release. And both left hookers, of course.
I was talking to Callum Beddoe, who's was on the advanced tour last year. Who, fascinating stat. He was saying that Archie does everything right-handed apart from play darts.
Yeah, I think that's a bit like Barneveld does everything left-handed except playing darts.
The Rafael Nadal of darts.
I thought the shot was going to be on. Oh dear. Schoolboy error, that.
It's definitely the season for strawberry and creams, but this is the creme de la milk of world youngsters.
Double 13. Brilliant.
Again, making 100 average look simple, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean this is very good. 13 followed by a 12. Could have been a 10, of course, that 13.
You get that in your Super League a lot, don't you, when you potentially could have had an eye-catching average in the last leg or something, or you just pray for your opponent to hit something to crack on with the next leg.
Yeah, so you retain your average. Well, so far, for me, this is performance of the day. We have seen some great fight backs.
When it gets near the Premier League picks for the PDC boys, there's a tournament that pops up and everyone starts talking about that player. Every time there's a new match on here, I'm changing my mind who I think will win it.
Not enough, Archie. There was a chance there to put a bit of pressure on the throw of Tergel. Should come out.
I thought he was going to leave us a nice 1-2-1 there.
Two on the top wire. Very, very close. It's a 6 from here at 179.
When you talk about the form runners like Tergel and Ryan, and of course Mitchell, Lawrie, but Archie Self, champion. Lex Paeshuyse, champion. These boys are going to rock up tomorrow, Archie Self and Lex Paeshuyse.
Yeah, they're all effectively champions in their own right, aren't they? All in different environments and levels. But this has been a great couple of visits for Archie. Can get himself right back in this match because break a throw here, which it is. He has the throw for 3-3.
Wade-esque with that double 10, wasn't it, for the lefty? And every player in that top 8 at some point have had spells. Jack Nankervis just went back-to-back for 2 titles. Tergel's been fantastic, as we know, to nick top spot from Ryan Branley.
Yep, he is the JDC's #1 player right now.
Such an experienced head on him, on his shoulders, hasn't he, for a 14-year-old?
Big boy for 14.
So I wouldn't like to meet Tergel or Mitchell down a dark alley if I didn't know them. If I didn't know they were canny lads.
Back in the zone. Great response from Archie. This has been a real high quality encounter.
Both averaging mid-90s, approaching that, exceeding that now for Tergel.
Chooses to go straight at it and finds the target.
That was an exaggerated Mason-esque drawback, wasn't it, for the cameras? Perfectly executed on the double 19. He chose to come away from that, didn't he, in the setup in a match previous, and he hit the 13, but
Yep.
never in doubt on that occasion, was it?
For Archie to get anything out of this, he's got to be perfect from here. And that starts with a breaker throw, and maybe have to be followed by a hold. And he's not looking too bad here, but we'll need at least one treble in this combination.
Such as the relentless scoring of Tergel, it just forces an error eventually for most of our players, doesn't it? But Archie's done very little wrong in this 4-2 scoreline, has he? It's been granite from Tergel once again.
Yeah, he's been in around this sort of average pretty much throughout the match. That's brilliant. Down to 80.
And there we go, wraps things up nicely. Tergel Kulurelku of Mongolia, a 5-2 win, moves above Archie's self in the table. Archie's had a terrific day. We now know our final 8, our elite 8 going into Sunday. 4 girls, of course, with our semi-finals, quarter-finals, semi-finals, and the final for our boys. It's going to be a Super Sunday indeed. Join us from 12 o'clock. We're going to head over to Abby and Chris, who are going to wrap things up. Thanks for being with us, folks. I'll speak to you real soon.
So there we have it. We have our 8 boys through to tomorrow's finals day. We also, of course, have the girls' tournament. 4 have qualified through for that. Really excited for both tournaments. But Chris Mason, Tergel, he is the JDC #1, and today he has shown exactly why.
Yeah, there's just this air of calmness about him, and he plays with an element of flair and flamboyance, but he's quite quiet and controlled. He doesn't exaggerate on any kind of shot. He just goes about his business, and it's no surprise. And for you to see it up front and first hand, there's some serious talent in there.
Yeah, there really is. And Jack Johnson is another player that we have to talk about, because he came into today's action rock bottom of the table. He had so much to do in order to force his way into the top 8, and he performed admirably over the course of the day.
Yeah, we felt like we were going to get a story like that today, because just by the very nature of the system and the points available and the amount of matches they all had to play, and you felt like one of them down there was going to find a way through, and I'm chuffed to bits for Jack. Obviously disappointed for the 2 lads that missed out, but they've all contributed to an absolutely brilliant tournament, which will come come to a conclusion tomorrow.
Yeah, the quality on display is one thing, but the way that all the players held their nerve in there as well, in such high-pressured situations, that's just testament to what the JDC offers, isn't it?
Yeah, they all seem to relish it.
Yeah.
I think because they play in this environment so often, and now, of course, with the introduction of the vaults and the ADC stuff available to some of them, and obviously the development tour for Ryan and a couple of others, they're a credit to our sport, and it's so exciting. When I first come down and watched them up close and personal, and got to really sort of focus on their elements and their, the good parts of the game, and sometimes the bits that they got to work on. Yeah, I just love it. I just love watching them and thinking, are we going to get another MVG or another Humphreys or another Luke Littler? And I think we will. I think in the next 10 years, this game's going to change.
Yeah, Ryan Branley is someone who we came into today talking a heck of a lot about. He seems to have the complete package. At times, perhaps didn't show it over the course of today, but we fully expect to see the best of him tomorrow because he's got the temperament, he's clinical, his power scoring. He really is the full package.
Yeah, I think it was something you picked up on quite early, and you're absolutely right. That it's hard. He knew he was safely through, and I think sometimes, it's hard enough to concentrate at the best of times. Never mind in a cauldron-like arena in there, because it is boiling. And they're playing the best kids available. That's why they're in this. So yeah, from time to time you'll see them wander, but they're humans after all.
Yeah, and interesting that the majority of the 8 players who've made it through to tomorrow saved their best until the very end. So they're all going to be coming in full of confidence tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think for Jack Nankervis, that was an important aspect, that he played some of his best stuff in his final match, because everything that went before it, they don't matter. And every one of them has something to take in tomorrow and be positive. Ryan will fancy it, of course, because he's finished on top. But the way Tergel finished off there, he's put out a bit of a marker and a bit of a message to the rest of the field.
Yeah, it says how much quality that we've got, that we've not even touched on Archie yet, but we will be previewing all of the matches tomorrow. I can't end it though without asking, who's your winner?
I'll tell you in the morning.
Okay, then. There you have it. Make sure you come and join us from midday. He said he's going to say it in the morning. We start at midday, so there we have it. But yeah, make sure you come and join us from midday tomorrow for what promises to be a fantastic first finals day of the JPL.